tuitoe kwa nguvu nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu, Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuenda shukrani.
Good evening, wonderful people. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for choosing this great show to be part of what makes your Tuesday evening. Wherever you're tuning in from, allow me to specially invite you to join us live. Thank you for making time for being part of this lovely show. Asanteni sana nyote ambao mnajiunga nami. Najua mnaniona kutoka pembe zote za dunia. Many are watching, many have been watching. Thank you very much. This is Mtembei Show coming to you live and direct from the hearts of Kenyan soil, where we are talking of the issues affecting great people of Kenya. Asanteni sana, leo tuko na show moja kali. Asante kwa kujiunga na mimi, asante kwa kuwa mstari wa mbele katika hii show. Wengi tayari washaanza kutuma ujumbe na kutuma pia salamu zao na kutuma pia ujumbe zao fupi fupi. Wacha tuungane pamoja na tuwe na show poa kabisa. Naona wengi tayari washaanza kutuma ujumbe. Nieleze unaniona ukiwa wapi. Nina show moja kali, tuna discuss mambo kadha wa kadha. Leo tumemwona Raila Odinga na Daktari William Ruto wakitoa ujumbe, kila moja akitoa maneno yake tofauti na mwingine, lakini wote wanakaa ni kana kwamba kuna mahali wanaelewana na kuna mahali hawatofautiani. Kuna wale wanasema ya kuwa lazima waketi chini, na je watakaa chini na mbinu ipi? Hiyo ndio tutakuwa mada ambayo tutakuwa tunaidiscuss. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for tuning in. This show is for you, the many of you that make time to join Mtembei live. This is your show. Thank you very much for always making Mtembei the show where you tune in every evening and make it great just by linking in, sharing, subscribing, and above all, participating in the show. Asanteni sana. Let me know where you're watching me from. I see many have already begun sending in their messages. Asanteni sana kwa hizo ujumbe, ninazipokea mbio mbio sana. Ninaziona, ninazikubali na ninaziheshimu. Kwa yoyote ambaye anatuma ujumbe, wacha nijue unanitazama ukiwa wapi, wacha nisikie maoni yako kupitia ujumbe ambao unatuma. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Ken Likoli Koech, uko ndani, asanti. Dokaman uko ndani. Mbugwa Moraya na kuona. Wanjala Oscar, asanti sana. Velmasia Yvonne Johnson uko ndani, ama Jones uko ndani. Dennis Kosgei na kuona. Simeon Anyega na kuona. Alan Lelei, asanti sana. Elvis Kips na kuona. Bill Deno uko ndani, asanti sana. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Senior Jack Doas, asanti sana. Suzy Bet uko ndani. Gigi uko ndani. Esther Kwamboka Nyaundi uko ndani. Eva uko ndani, unasema hi Jax, hi to you. GG unasema good job Mtembei, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Hezi Okungu na kuona, karibu kwa show. Hailin Sagero uko ndani, unasema good evening. Hamso Abdi uko ndani, asante sana. Thank you for making this your show. Karibuni sana, karibuni ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're catching us from, asante sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Namuona Geoffrey Omusamia uko ndani. Hamso Abu uko ndani. David Bonuke uko ndani. Suzy Bet, niaje, habari ya leo, uko ndani. Namuona nani hapa? Eva Wangila uko ndani. Silas na kuona. Joash K Kimei uko ndani, asante sana. Unasema unatufuata direct from Nandi County. Habari ya Nandi, Chamge. Philip Madit uko ndani. John Peter uko ndani, unasema unatuwatch from Berlin. Habari ya Berlin. Namuona Tina N Isaac uko ndani. Rian Kipro uko ndani from Germany. Habari ya leo. Guten Morgen, sijui kama nimetamka vizuri. Abdullahi J Nasib uko ndani from Wajir. Habari ya Wajir, Abdullahi, karibu sana kwa show. Ramadhan Karim kwako. Ken Towet uko ndani. GG Prama Man uko ndani. George Osoro na kuona. Josephat Mungai uko ndani, unasema uko Ukunda pande za Ndiani. Aha, karibu sana kwa show. Johnny Bless from Eldoret, karibu sana. Vincent Chelimo, unatufollow as usual, karibu sana kwa show. Tina N Isaac from Saudi Arabia, karibu sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Namuona ni Hamana Jeremy uko ndani, unasema unatuwatch from Burundi, karibu sana. Tabitha Gasere uko ndani, asante. Morris Odani uko ndani, asante sana. Josephat Mungai uko ndani from Diani, karibu. John Gitao na kuona uko ndani, karibu sana. Joash Miano uko ndani. Amos Omutanyi uko ndani. Akuru Nyabundo uko ndani. Josephat Mwangi from Diani, asante sana. Abbas Mitiriri uko Sweden, asante sana kwa kutujoin. Peter Kiamozi, asante sana, nasema good job, no handshake should be done. Aha, maoni yako mazuri hayo, Peter Kimanzi. Nani mwingine hapa? Amos Omutanyi unasema kazi nzuri bro, asante sana. Barangwe Lagat unasema uko ndani. Josephat uko ndani. Abdullahi J Nasibu uko from Wajir, karibu. Abbas Mitirili, asanti. Elkana Odemo, asanti, unasema great show, asanti sana. Kipkoech Lagat unasema uko ndani from Kilgoris. Aha, nani mwingine hapa? Josephat Mungai all the way uko Ndiani. Mungai umetuma mingi. Linda Sandra na kuona, karibu sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Esther Obara uko ndani. Desmart Boy uko ndani. Aha, Hilary Jemjor uko ndani. Chilchil K Isaac uko ndani. Muluya wa Webuye mwenyewe, karibu sana kwa show. Aha, nani mwingine ako ndani? Mwingine anasema hapa, vipi bro, ni Desmart Boy can quiz, karibu sana kwa show. This is your show. This is where we invite you. Join in, share. Kindly share, wacha wengine wajue pia wewe uko kwa hii show. Share kwa Facebook, share kwa YouTube, share. Soon we'll be rewarding you who share often. We will be rewarding you very, very soon, because this show is for you who make time for it. Thank you so much. Namuona Jacob Bokelo uko ndani, asanti sana. Wengi mnatuma ujumbe. Let me know where you're watching us from. Let me know where you are tuning in from. Wherever you are, this is your show. This is Mtembei Live. This is the show for you, mwana Kenya mwenzangu. This is the show for you. Tayari watu wamejaja, naona watu wameingia tayari kwa studio, wale ambao wako kwa group ya Mtembei. Lakini pia wewe ambaye bado haujaweza kwa group, njia ni rahisi sana ya kujoin show. Ninatuma link hapa chini. Itaingia na hii format. Itaingia kama Mtembei TV. Ikiingia kama Mtembei TV, kazi yako ni nini? Kazi yako ni kuguza tu hiyo link. Hiyo link itakaa namna hii. Let me just show you. Hiyo link itakaa hivyo, itakuwa imejiandika Mtembei TV, itakaa hivyo jinsi unaiona kwa screen. Unatap hapo kwa screen, ama unatap hiyo simu, ama unaguzisha hapo kasa kama unatumia laptop, alafu unaingia kwa StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard unafanya nini? Unaweka jina, si lazima iwe jina lako rasmi ya kitambulisho. Unaweza weka jina kama vile umejiweka hapo Facebook. Juu wengine wameweka majina ambayo si yao rasmi. Ukishaweka jina, unawasha kamera, unawasha sauti ama audio, and then una click enter. Hivyo tu, virahisi sana, alafu unajikuta umeingia kwa show. Sisi kama Mtembei TV, we are always grateful to have you guys. You are the guys that has made Mtembei be what Mtembei is. Just last month, we were awarded the best because we had over 33 million viewers watching us only in 1 month. Thank you so much for choosing to be watching Mtembei. We are the only station that plays it as it is whenever it happens. If there is anything you want to find out from the country, Mtembei will be the show to watch. Watch us live on all our streams. In Facebook, you can catch us via Mtembei. In YouTube, we go by the name Mtembei. All the videos you can think of, you will find them right here in Mtembei. Whatever news is making headline, Mtembei got you covered. Thank you so much. Wacha nijua unatutazama ukiwa wapi. Hii show ni yako kama kawa. Tunavyosema, this show is not for anyone but you. It's not for the government. Hii si mahali pa kuendeleza sera za serikali, la. Hii si sehemu ya kuendeleza sera za sehemu yoyote ama pande yoyote ya aidha upinzani ama serikali. La, hii ni show yako wewe, show yako wewe kama mwananchi, kutueleza maoni yako, kutueleza jinsi mtazamo wako ni upi, aidha kutokana na semi za wa viongozi wetu ama matendo yao. Wewe unakuja hapa kwa hii show, unatueleza jinsi unavyoona ama unavyoelewa swala ambazo inaibuka kila siku. Asante sana, naona wengi wameanza kuingia kwa studio. Si ngumu kama nilivyosema kuingia kwa studio. Unafanya aje? Hiyo StreamYard ambayo tayari ina reflect kwa screen yako, hiyo ndio una tap. Kitap hapo unafanya aje? Una create jina, unaasha mic na unaasha kamera, alafu wala unajikuta kwa studio. Namuona Zadok uko ndani, unasema unatuwatch from Athens, karibu sana. Nani mwingine? Desmart Boy Can Quiz uko ndani, unasema Mtembei, great show, asante. Tommy from Kilgoris, asante sana na kuona. Nani mwingine? From Namanga ni Desmart Boy. Ruben Mutai unasema uko Kitui, habari ya Kitui. Magdalene Nduku Mbithi unasema uko ndani kama kawa, karibu sana. Florence Wamboi unasema uko ndani from Ngara, Nairobi, karibu sana. This show is your show. We begin it like you always ask us to. We begin it with you. Wewe ambaye unatu tune in live, wewe ndio tunakusalamia wa kwanza kabla tujakaribisha wageni wetu. Tuko na wageni hapa tayari wameanza kujaja, na wewe kama unataka kuwa miongoni mwa wale ambao watasikika live, unafanya nini? Unaingia kwa StreamYard. StreamYard ni rahisi sana ku create. Una click to your link nimekutumia hapo, itajikuja na ujumbe kama Mtembei TV. Ukiklika hapo, unawasha kamera, unawasha sauti, alafu unaweka jina, una click enter, unakuwa uko ndani. Hii ni studio ya moja kwa moja. Moja kwa moja ni studio yako ya moja kwa moja. Namuona hapa ndugu yangu Cornel Ochuka ako ndani, dadangu Roda ako ndani. Nani mwingine hapa? John Gitao namuona, Mr. Chelimo ako ndani. Hawa tu ni baadhi ambao tayari washaingia kupitia link ambao nimeweka hapo kwa mtandao. Just click on that link and you will be in the show. This show is for you. This show is for you who always keep tuned to make everything happen. We are live from Tembei and we are glad that you make the time to be with us. Asanteni sana, asante Cornelo Chuka na kuona, Roda na kuona, Chelimo na kuona, Mr. Getao. Habari zenyu, you can just wave to the camera. Yes, thank you so much. Allow me to first play some clips, alafu tutaingia kwa hawa panelists. Thank you so much. Let's begin the show like this.
Had been agreed, and they know it. And that's why in our own statement, we reiterated firmly what was going to be the basis of our engagement with Kenya Kwanza. And what we have reiterated in this statement is not different. We have actually mentioned the same issues that we said we wanted to be addressed. Those are the issues which made us go to the streets. And we mentioned them clearly. One, auditing of the servers so that we can put this matter to rest. We understand that some people are trying to tamper with the servers. They need to know that we are watching them. We know it, and we also know that's why we are talking about a forensic audit by experts, so that the truth can come out finally, and we put that to the end. Secondly, we mentioned the issue of the cost of living of our people. And we know that our people are suffering. Somebody who does not know that does not live in Kenya. We know so many of our people who cannot put a bread on the table. And we said we will not rest until this matter is resolved. And we said that the government does not even need any committee on this issue. We have just talked about basic costs, we have talked about unga, we talked about fuel, about electricity, the school fees, very basic issues that the government can address without much problem. Secondly, I don't know where you got your information from, but Senator Coons left Nairobi, I think it was on Sunday last week, because I talked to him on Monday and he already arrived in Washington, D.C. He met the other side, and he also came and met with us. And we told him exactly what we know and the reason why we are actually going to the streets. And he said that that is our democratic right to go to the street to protest peacefully. He did not see anything wrong with us doing that at all. So, but he needs to know that we are not a colony of the United States. So we do things as Kenyans. We are happy when our international friends want to come and make suggestions how we should resolve our issues. But ultimately, Kenyan problems must be solved by Kenyans.
In August last year,
Sorry for that. I had some internet challenge, but I'm back. Sorry for that. Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to compensate that. But we have people already streamed in. Asanteni sana, poleni mtambo tu imehang kidogo. I'm sorry. Thank you for tuning in. Wengi tayari mshaingia kwa show. Karibuni sana. I want to say hello to Erico, to Sam Wanga, to John Gitao, to Mr. Chelimo, Rhoda, and Cornell Ochuka. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa part of the show. You guys are the guys that make this show happen. Asante sana. Now, I want to begin with you, sir, Mr. Sam. Maana wewe ni mgeni kwangu kwa leo. Lakini karibu sana kwa show. Thank you for tuning in. Sijui kama umesikia speech ya Raila na kiongozi pia Daktari Ruto. Wamenena leo na wameongea sana, lakini maoni yako ni yapi?
First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me in the show. I've participated in this show before. It's been a long time. I'm happy to be here, but I think the first thing first, I'm a Kenyan, born and bred. A Kenyan who respects the laws of natural justice and the Constitution. A Kenyan who also has eyes and ears, and someone who believes that the rest of Kenya have an equal right to survive and exist within the Constitution of the country.
Okay.
Now, right now, we say that we have a government, but we also have a history behind the formation of that government. And I know we have perspectives of how the government was formed and all that, and how the government came into power. The perspectives are there. But at the same time, we also have an opposition that deserve an equal right and have a stake in the same country. And they deserve to be listened to. Now, coming back to the speeches, let's start with Raila's speech. He is right. He's right. When you look at Kenya as it is now, we must interrogate ourselves and find out how did we get into this. I mean, how did we get ourselves in this situation? Is there state capture? Yes, is there. All arms of government are captured. Do we have a history? Yes, we have a history. Can we interrogate that history? We need to. And reason is, we are trying to avoid what's going to happen in the next 5, 6, 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
You listen to the president's speech. Are there things that he's avoiding? Yes. Because if you are a government that's elected on a solid foundation, then you must have something to back you up. There's a foundation. And what is the foundation? Is the figures behind it. But you cannot purport to preach and use the state, go against the constitution that gives the opposition or each and every citizen a right to picket and say, oh, no, that's not my prerogative. So on one side, we are in a situation whereby the government as it is speaking from two ends. Yes, we were constitutionally elected, but on the other side, they're denying their citizens a right to picket. For now, that's my introductory statement. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I'll be having you by asking you questions just in a few while. Allow me to have like a kidogo za watu kila moja kuintroduce na kuchangia kwa mjadala mbio. Roda, mchango wako ni upi? Leo tumemsikia kinara wa Azimio na kinara wa Kenya Kwanza wakizungumza. Je, wewe maoni yako ni yapi? Wote wanasema hamna handshake, tunaenda tu kwa bipartisan dialogue.
For me, let me be real honest. I don't trust Ruto. Ruto is a con man. Ruto is somebody have a wrong time history. So for me, still Kenyan people, Ruto. I mean, I call regime. Ruto regime. In fact, unajua vile Ruto ana behave ni kitu amegrow nayo. Na mimi I'm always advise parent, ukiona mtoto wako ni very con man, like lies or stealing, unampeleka kwa psychology, anapatwa counselor. Huyo mtoto atakuwa mtu mzuri kwa the nations. We don't know what happened in Ruto childhood. Maybe Ruto have been abused. The way he behave, he doesn't behave normal. Ruto, you need to see the psychology. He gets help, but he doesn't want. The way he behaves is not normal. You know, all the presidents have been in the nation of Kenya. It's not the same like Ruto. Ruto, he doesn't know. He doesn't humble himself. He know he's still our election. He doesn't want to open the server. You know, me, I'm talking like a woman of God. I'm a Christian woman of God. I'm a Christian and I'm Azimio la Umoja. And for me, I live the country. I know what is a democracy, what is a constitution. Ruto doesn't respect our constitution, and he doesn't respect our democracy. That is a fact. He have never respected our democracy. He can do whatever. His regime, you know, I don't know. He is very funny. They have yesterday he talked like this. He talked like this. I have a open up my brother. It's for me, and then he still doesn't want to address the cost of living. He doesn't want to change. You know, people are suffering. People are hungry. People, they don't have food. People, they don't have money for food. People, they don't have money for the rent. And he was using that propaganda in his campaign line. Oh, I'll do like this, I'll do that. Everything he was lying for Kenya people. That's why I'm saying he's a con man. He's not somebody you can trust. You know, I'm not saying nobody perfect in this world, but the problem with Ruto, he is not humble himself. He have never humbled himself. He doesn't know the power is belong to Kenyans. To be the president is not something unajipiga kifua, unaona Hao watu wote kina Musalia Mudavadi, hao wote hawananga akili. They don't have a common. Ni matumbo tu zako nazo. Hao Waishugwa, hao Gathiesa, they're very useless people. Useless people. I call them useless. How can you do like that at a handshake? Who said Raila was interested with handshake? He was not in handshake. As we are seeking the truth and just the open server. Hiyo ndio msema kweli. Hiyo ndio msema kweli. Fungua safa tujue ukweli. Fungua safa Ruto tujue ukweli. Mambo ya mchezo tutaki. Me, I'm so angry with Ruto by the I feel of bitterness. We don't want this story of conman. We want him to open the server. That shit. Nothing else. We cannot move forward until he opens the server. And he doesn't want. Otherwise, if he doesn't open the server, they have to share the power. 50-50, like the way in Kibaki did. Kibaki, he humbled himself and they share the power. Raila, he came the prime minister, and that's the way we can make our country move forward. I cannot say that. They have to share the power. You know, Kibaki did the same thing. And this one they have, and when they have to share the power, this the international need to be involved. Otherwise, we can't do independence. We can't sign the paper or NGO or lawyers or United Nations chairman come and say, because this is not something small. This is something big. This is something big. Okay. Yeah. So I'm talking like a Kenya. I'm not talking about try to hide something or I want to be really honest. Okay. Because the truth will set you free.
Thank you so much, Rhoda, for your words. Asante sana. John Gitao, maoni yako ni yapi?
Good evening. Thank you for having me here in your platform.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. First and foremost is like both sides between the coalition, they are playing the games of both sides, they do have the ethics to begin with, because I look at how the nomination was done, how was the now after general election, the people who are giving the nomination, they are not coming up like Sabina Chege. They are not there. I'm sorry, because I was in Ruto side. And I supported him like with the 10 million, but unfortunately I lost everything. So if you are wealthy and your ethics are questionable, you are just useless person. You know.
Sorry, I didn't get you right. Is it money or votes or I don't know? 10 million.
Money wise.
Oh, 10
million Kenya savings.
How did you support him with that money?
You know, at the beginning of the UDA, we were told to recruit people. Imagine the whole of Murang'a going per ward, registering 10,000 people, giving them 200 shillings with your own money. And then immediately after you get the power, you change the code, you change the game, you change the goalposts. You cannot pick even our calls. You know, it's painful. You feel like this Maandamano, it was not for ODM or Azimio. It was for everyone to come and loot whatever you lost in the streets of Nairobi. It cannot go like that. And I wish this handshake or whatever they are saying, they are not going to make it. Because number one, if you don't have
according to you, now the handshake as someone who supported UDA, as someone who came strong, even using your own money or rather money that you had direct source to, how does it affect you? What do you feel? Do you feel betrayed, or why are you bitter with that?
It is just a simple manners. It's to have a simple manners to pick the call and say, we like you supported us, but the vacancies or whatever I can offer you is not available for now. You can wait for 2 years. You know, we are patient. We have not stolen that money to do campaign.
So
we use his word.
Sorry to ask you this direct question. Did you give the money in order to kind of get a post in government?
No. In fact, I never used any money like just to bribe on my way to the government. But me, I wanted to change my career from what I'm doing You know, after working for 10 years, you will try to do something else.
Okay.
You leave others to do other things. You get what I mean?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Now, you see here, according to you, Raila and the team, they have their own issues. Ruto and his team, they have their own issues. Now, when they combine, they will blow the nation. They try to steal everything who left. You see, now the person to blame, I'm sorry, is the former president who never fixed the nation the way we wanted. You get? Yeah, because if a father does not organize his, the house, and he have married like 2 wives or 3 wives, after he have gone, the wife starts fighting. That's my point.
Okay. I'll be coming to you, Gitao. Just stick there. I'll be coming to you. I have a lot. I like what you have said. So I'm coming to you just now. I see Msimamo is in the house. Titus Lagat uko ndani, Duke uko ndani, Mtetezi Ombotele. Na kuona nyote mmeingia. Even you can be part of this show. How do you do it? By tuning, let me use those words rightly. By clicking into this StreamYard link that I've sent through Mtembe, itajitokeza hivi. On the screen, I've already displayed it. You just click to that StreamYard and you will find yourself hapo kwa studio. How do you find yourself kwa studio? StreamYard, it will require you to put in your name, activate your camera and your mic, and then you'll be in the studio when you click enter. As simple as that. Karibuni sana kwa show. I would want to hear from Mr. Chelimo. Mr. Chelimo, habari ya saizi. What is your take on the speeches we have just played, even though kind of
Salama.
maoni yako ni yapi kaka?
Good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Kwanza ningesema leo today from yesterday's Raila and Ruto talk about demonstration. It's really a different change today because if you listen to what President Ruto talked about today in Rwanda, I think it was in Rwanda. I think Ruto made a mistake, small mistake. We are not talking about. There's no handshake. I think yesterday talk was there was nothing about handshake. It was a dialogue. It was by political side. There's nothing to do with about handshake. But today, Ruto talked. It was really as if they discuss, Raila will lose because majority of the parliamentaries and the Senate, they are in the side of UDA. And Raila knows very well that if in any chance that the parliamentaries can discuss the dialogue, definitely you'll get Raila outside the dialogue. So it's upon President Ruto to change and agree on how to discuss it. Mr. Jacks, I think John Githau is really I sympathize with him because there are so many people like him outside there. They supported
Okay.
And they didn't get anything in return.
Okay.
And I think many people know Ruto. Although you can be a friend to Ruto today and tomorrow you cannot be a friend to him. So you have to be careful.
Thank you so much. Msimamo wa habari ya leo kaka, ni vyema, nimeshukuru kukuona, natumai mzima.
Kama Kigongo.
Asante sana. Leo tumeona vigogo wakiongea, tumemwona rais akinena, tumemwona pia kiongozi kinara wa Azimio akinena. Maoni yako ni yapi? Wote wanashikilia kauli yao sugu ya kuwa hamna salamu za handshake, or rather hakuna handshake. So
ndio sawa kabisa. Ndio
sawa
kabisa.
Lakini wote wawili wanashikilia kauli moja ya kuwa wataketi wazungumze.
Hatuna haja na handshake.
Aha.
Na unajua ujanja wa nyani siku zote mwisho ni jangwani. Unajua usiwezi niambia kwamba njoo tuzungumze na mambo tutamaliza bungeni. Ili kusudi wewe lete watu wako 5 na wewe nami nilete watu wangu 5, tutengeze jopo. Jopo lizungumze, kile kitafikwa pale kipelekwe debeni, basi kifika pale kiwe debated. Watu waweze kudebate. Sasa unajua yani ni sawa kwamba unanifumba macho kwa sababu unajua wabunge wangu ushawachukua. Maseneta nao ukachukua wewe. Sasa kama unanizungusha tu kutafuta muda tu na kunibia time zangu za kuniharibia, sasa hakuna haja handshake. Ile kitabaki ni maandamano. Na maandamano ndio dili kakaangu, hakuna kingine. Kwa sababu ukiangalia hiyo kitu ambayo wameeleta mahali padogo tu ndio panasumbuana, kwa sababu Raila yeye anasema ni sawa. Twende kwa mazungumzo. Wacha tutengeneze watu outside the parliament. Na tukae na wao tukizungumza, tukimaliza wakifika kwa bunge ni mjadala ule unapitishwa tu, hakuna kwamba ati kuna masuala na debating. Ruto naye anasema hapana, lazima tutumie mfumo wa parliamentary way, kwamba lazima tukae na hilo jopo lizungumza, lijadili kile kitafikwa pale, kipelekwe bungeni, kijadiliwe na wabunge, basi wingi wa wabunge itakuwa ndio sheria. Unajua this is what we call nonsense. Kwa hivyo hakuna kitu ambacho hapa tuna mwafaka sisi ya kujivunia kama wa Kenya. Tuchabaki sisi kama watu
amesema angetamani mazungumzo yawe kama jinsi alivyofanywa na Kofi Annan. Hivi karibuni nitacheza jinsi ilivyofanywa, lakini wewe mtazamo wako ni upi? Je, hiyo wakati ilikuwa ni kutafuta suluhu baada ya kutokuwa na mshindi kamili?
Hatuna haja na nini kama wafuasi na kama Wakenya ambao tunaitakia nchi yetu mema kutokana na hawa wajanja hawa walioingia mamlakani kwa kupitia milango ya nyuma. Sisi haja kubwa kama wanaazimio, kwanza ni server ifunguliwe. That's the first discussion. Hatuna haja masuala na unga, hatuna haja na masuala nini, kwa sababu I do believe tukiwa na bad leadership mambo yote huwa yanachangia haya mengine, but tukiwa na uongozi ambao utakuwa ni imara, thabiti, wenye kujali mwananchi, hatungekuwa tunazungumzia hii story. So kile tunamadvise baba on our side, na hatusikia kama wafuasi tulio wengi, haswa milioni 8.1 wenye tuliweza kupiga kura kwamba hatuna haja na handshake, wala hatuna haja na hii bipartisan yenu hii mnaizungumzia, wala pia huo mfumo wa Kofi Annan hatuna haja nao, kwa sababu hapa ni kupotezeana muda, na mwisho wa siku wanaoumia ni wananchi, wala si watu wengine. Kwa maana hiyo tushakuangalia bwana Ruto, wewe ujanja wako ni kupeleka bungeni wabunge, kwa sababu najua ulishateka hilo bunge, basi utanianza kutaniweka chini. Uongo, wakati huo ulipitwa na wakati. Alafu pia nizungumze kitu kimoja kama utaniruhusu kidogo tu. Unajua kama Wakenya lazima tufundishane, tuhabarishane, maana hapa wanaozozana ni wanawake wawili ambao mmoja yeye ndo mwenye haswa alishatolewa mahari, ndo mwenye boma na ushahidi, mwingine hana na yuko ndani ya nyumba. Sasa huyu yuko nje ndio mwenye ushahidi, ana watoto wa kuonyesha pale, na huyu mwingine mwenye yuko ndani anang'ang'ana anasema bana ni wake yeye, ni kama danga tu yule, kwamba akashikiliwa. Sasa punde mlango unapofunguliwa kama huo ambao umefunguliwa, anayeingia na ushahidi kwamba mimi nina ushahidi jamani, huyu mume ni wangu, basi huyo ndo anapata credit. Na ndivyo tunavyochukulia hii swala zima la siasa, kwamba baba ashazungumza bwana mimi naamini ushindi wangu, maana matokeo yangu ndio haya. Sasa sijaona mtu akipinga hapa. Ugumu wa kufungua sava ndio huo, watu wanang'ang'ana na masuala, wacha tutengeze IBC tufanye nini. Hiyo yote that is nonsense. Tunataka kinachoumiza hapa ni electoral injustice, na lazima tuanzie pale kwa electoral injustice tuweze kulitengeza hili taifa na kufungua milango ya chaguzi ambazo zitakuwa ni huru na za huru na haki. Maana haki hapa ndo tumepoteza, kaka yangu. Asante.
Asante sana. Naja kwako, msimamo usipotee. Nina mambo kadhaa ambayo kinara wa Azimio kidogo
utaniuliza niulize, mimi naondoka.
Mbio na kuja kwako tu sahi. Diu Kabari leo ni vyema, nimeshukuru kukuona kaka. Habari? How are you, sir? Good to see you, long time.
Yes, I'm fine. For me, what I can say is that when parties enter into a negotiation, the negotiations must be genuine. And the one indication that some parties are not genuine is when they start to give unrealistic demands. One of the unrealistic demand is that of the server. Because who opens the server? Who owns the server? Is it President Ruto? Is it the IPC? Is it the Supreme Court? Is it the company, which is not even a Kenyan company? So when we start to argue on that point, it means that we cannot conclude, because who opens the server? Does the president have the mandate to force a company, which is not a Kenyan company, to open a server? What if that company goes to court and the court says no? So how do we proceed from that? So that's number one. Number two, I feel that the negotiations must be based to solve the issues for posterity. So to solve the issues which we have, so that the future can be better. For instance, if the cost of living is very high, what are the proposals? The proposals which are realistic, considering the budget and the resources we have. So that is what we want. Also, maybe forming the IPC for the future functions, that we can negotiate. But when you start to talk about that server, it means the negotiation cannot move forward, because how do we go about it? So that's what I can say, is that let both parties use realistic, come up with realistic proposals and genuine concerns which can be addressed, and more specifically using the institutions which we have, because you can actually come up with an agreement, and that the court says it's not void, like the constitutional change which was proposed earlier. So it's good to do that.
So for you, you would be advocating for a constitutional change?
No. What I'm saying, that if the negotiations are not going to be based on the provisions of the constitution, then maybe somebody will go to court and says they are unconstitutional, and therefore they cannot be implemented. Therefore, the negotiation must use the institutions we have and the provisions we have as a country.
Okay. But if I got what the right honorable said, he said that the method that they used with Kofi Annan, where it was agreed upon and then it went to Parliament, and an act of Parliament came into being, where we formulated a policy, or rather an act of Parliament, where we created the office of the Prime Minister and his two deputies, and eventually we had a kind of an agreement outside Parliament. Then it was brought to Parliament to enact it. So is Raila kind of asking for let's not put it through Parliament, maybe because of the bureaucracies and the many stages in Parliament, let it be done outside Parliament, then bring it to Parliament as a motion or as something that has been agreed, then it can be passed? Do you see that as a means to an end?
It must be done through Parliament. Maybe what they can say is, because the two have the influence, Ruto and Raila have the influence, they can come up with something which maybe is not constitutional, but because they have the influence of the parliamentarians, and they can actually convince them to pass it. But if you are trying to say that we can do it without the parliament or without using the institutions we have, then it will be null and void.
Okay. Aha, Mtetezi Ombotele, habari ya leo. How are you? Good to see you. Great to have you in the show. What do you say about what we have had today?
Okay. I just want to say that what has just been said today is like two horses now trying to show their muscles. Each side wants to say they want like this, the other side wants like this. It's not all about handshake. Hiyo ndio kitu tunafaa tuelewe. Hatutaki handshake. Tunataka tuzungumze alafu tuone what to do. It's not all about handshake. Like Rigathi Gachagua, asidhani baba anataka kumsalimia yeye, anamsalimia yeye ako na nini? It's about where we are as Kenyans. Shida yenye tuko nayo ni kubwa sana kuliko kujibizana kisiasa. Hapa ni kama sasa wanaonyesha kwamba ni nani sasa ni mzito kuliko mwingine. Sisi tunataka kuona wanakaa chini, wanajadiliana, wanakuja na maswala ambayo wamesikizana, venye wamesema ni jopo ya watu 14. Saba pande hii, saba pande nyingine. Wakae chini, wazungumze, wasikizane, tuone bei ya unga inashukishwa. So that tuone mama mboga anasaidika aje, mtu wa mafuta ya pikipiki anapunguziwa ama hapana. I think those are things to be discussed. Lakini tukianza kusema kwamba ni handshake, ni nusu mkate, those things haitatusaidia. So we are Kenyans, let's emphasize on this. Yes.
Mtetezi, kama ulimsikiza Raila Odinga, kinara wa Azimio alisema ya kuwa jopo hilo ambalo litaundwa hata kama kuna hilo swala la cost of living, his words were that that one can be addressed through government initiatives like the government tackling the cost of fuel, the cost of electricity, you know. So he was saying, if I heard him correctly, that there are things that don't need to be discussed. The government just needs to act. So in short, if I got him right, there are other pertinent issues, either the IBC, the servers, that probably will inform what the committee will discuss. And maybe the cost of living, really, as much as we want it to be on top of the table, might not really be what the committee of the 14, as you rightfully say, will be discussing. So according to you, sir, how do you foresee that cost of living making it to the table? Yet as early as Sunday, when the president spoke, he said that he brought the issues and cost of living was not there, or rather cost of living was not like a leading topic on his speech. Same to the Azimio leader. So to you as Mwananchi, how do you see the conversation playing out?
Okay, so if the agenda is all about the IBC issue and the server issue, I think these people now have to sit down and come up with a solution so that we avoid this thing of wengine wanavuta upande huu, wengine wanavuta upande ingine. Hata hivyo, this issue of server naona ni kama ni issue kubwa sana. Like last time wamekaa wakasikizana, wakakuja wakasema we are having a meeting, tutafute watu wakae chini wa discuss. Now they are telling us asi mambo na handshake. Sasa ni gani ndo gani? Before they reach to an agreement, I think walikaa chini wakazungumza. It's all about unasikia wanasema mimi si kuongea na yeye. So which is which? Lakini kama ni hivyo, wakae chini tuangalie mambo na server, na tutaki mambo ya kusema ipelekwe bunge kwa sababu wameshanunua bunge wote. Baadhi ya wabunge wa Azimio wako kwa UDA. Sasa tukisema kwamba ati wapeleke hiyo mjadala ipelekwe bungeni, automatically it will fail. Wacha ijadiliwe nje, then wakuje na hiyo solution ambayo watakuwa wamezungumza iletwe kwa bunge, alafu bunge ibiweke tu sahihi na mambo ikuwe venye watakuwa wamesikizana. Yeah.
Lakini swala moja ambalo pia alisema ni wale wabunge ambao unasema wamenunuliwa, alisema inafaa wajiuzulu na watafuta mandate. So even if inarudi parliament, it is already a recommendation, or rather a wish from Azimio leader to have those who have defected to seek fresh mandate. So either way, do you see that bringing out fairness in parliament eventually?
Yeah, you know, this issue has been so crucial. The issue of mbunge anakuja kwa ground, we elect him as an ODM member. After we have given him mandate, anaenda bunge, anabadilisha, anaenda UDA or anaenda chama ingine. I think hata hiyo kitu kubwa sana inafaa tuzungumzie. Like kama ni mbunge wa ODM, baki ODM. Be patriotic to your party. Why should you act like ulitaka tu kupitia ni kama liwage? Kama we ni mbunge wa UDA, baki UDA. Where's the problem with UDA? Unakuja ODM or ODM unaenda UDA. Kama ni hivyo, wacha achilia kiti, sema kwamba mimi nimeachilia, nimeenda UDA. We go back to the ground. Wananchi wataamua. Wakiamua kukupigia na hiyo chapati, it's okay. Wakikupeleka nyumbani ni hivyo. But kutumia mtu au chama kupita, then unafika huko na betray. That's not good. Yeah.
Okay. Lala, hi, how are you? Good to see you. Mtetezi, I'll be coming back to you.
It's okay.
Maoni yako ni yapi? A lot has been said today. What do you make of it, sir?
Asanteni. It's good to see all of you. I think I joined in when John Guitar was sharing his frustration, and I empathize with you and the other people in the same boat. I think all of us, let's pause for a moment and look at what's going on in the US. Donald Trump has troubles and troubles. And these troubles are still waiting. One of them is trying to steal an election. He didn't succeed, but is suffering for it. Okay. American system is built on free and fair election. What I mean by that is all the states have their unity based on that thing called the ballot. That ballot is what makes all Americans have a voice in their government. So you cannot play with it. If any of this that we're talking about, this is why even people like Kuhn coming in should not tell us to do something different than what they do. Everything depends on a free and fair electoral process. That's what will deliver a nation. Because if we don't do it right, then you know very well is waiting. We are waiting for another one. And then we may not go anywhere as a nation. So the thinking here is that let's get things right. So these meetings of our two principals, I don't know whether they met or they didn't meet, but we have to ask ourselves, what is the key? What can unlock everything else? What can reset the whole thing in the right trajectory? And I think it is the big one, which is called the server, because everything else revolves around it. Because if you get it right by the server, then it's possible to reconstitute a lot of things. For example, MPs running from you use your party, they work for you, they fundraise for you because they assume they are giving money for you. Then you go to another place. It's like a prostitute. You know, that is, we can never build a democracy on any of that. So there are a lot of wrong things that need to be discussed in this particular forum. And so let's pray for it. But the other important thing also here is that it has brought relevance to the church again. The church was easy to say, oh, well, the Supreme Court, you know, had done this work, therefore we must support it. Yes, they supported it. But then when it came to LGBTQ, all of a sudden now it is a wrong thing to do. So now we are back again, the church. You know, if they can say no to LGBTQ in the Supreme Court and yes to Ruto's election, now where do they stand? And now that they listen to their voices, and now we are back there, it is a time now for all Kenyans to step back and ask ourselves, what is it that will save our union? Because we are talking of 40 different tribes, that we agreed to be one nation, okay, called Kenya, because we believe in that election where we can select that one person to call the president, all of us as a nation. So whatever we do, if we don't touch that thing called the server, we're going to be back here in the next every 5 years. We're going to be back here. And I think God is giving us this last chance. I believe that, because next time they may not be Kenyan. So we must come together as Azimio, as Kenya Kwanza and others, and do the right thing, no matter how hard it is. Let us open that server and let's see what happens. Thank you.
Okay, Lala, hold on there. I seriously have a lot to ask you. Duke, I saw you raising your hand. I know you didn't agree with Mtetezi. What is it, sir?
Yes, I wanted to ask him, how does he propose for us to go about the server? How can it be opened? Or what is the procedure to be followed?
That's a challenging one. But the same way we are going on now outside of parliament, the people driven, because remember, the people are the owner of that constitution, not even parliament. Parliament, we donate it to them. So even the meeting that's taking place now is supposed to take place outside the parliament, then go into parliament. So parliament will have its place. So their thinkers are there, the intellectuals are there, those who understand it can help us see how to do that. But things got to be done in a way that people can not only read about justice, but see justice. That's what will correct the problem we have made here. Because Ruto has been running the government. Actually, when you look at the way things have been going, everything is schizophrenic all over the place. People saying all different things. So things are not right even within the government itself without Zimio. Because the way its foundation is on a wrong premise. And so even God's grace is even not there with us. So we need to bring back God's grace, the church and everybody else. Let us do things the right way. Then we can have a foundation to build on. Right now, we don't have one.
Lala, I'm seeing Sammy strongly shaking his head. I don't know.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Guys,
yes, sir.
When we started off, I said there is the issue of the constitution that serves the Republic of Kenya. And all of us, I don't know, 49, 50 tribes are part of that country, serviced and served by the constitution. Now, when this constitution creates independent bodies that have systems, which includes auditing itself, controlling its systems, running its affairs, having a budget which they submit for approval. You cannot now purport, and especially when there's questions. I mean, IEBC cannot purport to say that we will audit only this part and not audit the other part. If IEBC decides to audit itself, it must audit its servers, and especially where there are questions. It does not depend on the president. Why? There is a term, independent. Independent. You are not subservient to any arm of government. Guys, let's get this thing straight. To watch partisan politics and rely on the constitution. Thank you.
I agree, and I also wish to ask this question to Sam before I come to you, Lala and Duke. And I see other people raising their hand. Now, Raila was proposing a system, or rather a method we used in 2007, where Kofi Annan, together with members that were selected, like an ad hoc committee, sat down, disagreed and agreed, and eventually came up with a proposal of forming a coalition government. And today, if I heard him right, it's like he's advocating for the same, that this team should not be in parliament. It should be like an ad hoc committee, rather, where even non-members, or rather other people with interest, can also participate. you know, so as to make the conversation more enriched. So according to you, will that still be outside the constitution or rather outside the systems that you're trying to talk about, sir?
It is outside.
I think outside the parliament is still constitutional, because remember, it is the people, we the people. Okay, we the people, even this talks itself, where they met, is outside the parliament. Okay, the thinking here is that these are extraordinary times, so there are extraordinary, steps have to be taken. But thank God for our constitution. Still, that falls in between with the that's the people now. The people driven, the people now speaking. They want things done differently. In other words.
But Lala, sorry to cut you short. From the preamble of the Constitution, it says that we, the people, give unto ourselves this Constitution, and then it also goes down to say, through it we shall do it, or we shall be acting this way. And then opportunity our authority, or rather, it can be delegated to members of parliament, where we can act directly or indirectly. But Apo Kwanza, Apo Ju, the preamble says very well that we give to ourselves this constitution. Now, this constitution, we cannot, as much as we give to ourselves, we cannot act against it. And even if we were to amend it, we will still use this constitution, not going outside the constitution, to strengthen it, to amend it, to work on it. Now, what Sam is asking, and I'm also asking, when we go outside parliament, are we creating another appendage that is not there, an institution that is not there, or a group that is not there, recognized by law, either to interrogate a very independent body called IEBC, or to question the judgment of the Supreme Court that was rendered upholding the victory of Ruto? I don't know if I'm making sense with my question.
Jax, you're making a lot of sense. Actually, you've answered yourself. We take it, we ourselves, not parliament. We is the people. This is what we are doing as the people of Kenya. In other words, we donate that power to parliament, we donate it to the presidency, and we can take it back. So what we are saying is that we have taken back that power. Even the talk between Ruto and the Ruto is outside of the.
Can I make a comment? Just a small comment.
Go ahead.
Let me make a small comment. The courts of the Republic of Kenya have already made a ruling. When Uhuru and Raila tried changing the constitution, they have already made a ruling. You cannot institute such a process. You can't. You can't go outside and then purport to come back in and sneak in through parliament. They have done that, right? We can jump up and down and say, this is what's happening. We are in the middle of a crisis. This is what we need to do. We have been stopped by the courts. Remember, each and every institution of government has systems to protect it, to run it, to audit it. It has happened before. So we can run up and down and we can say, this is what's going to happen. Now, the politicians will do what they want to do, but it takes one cheeky, sneaky Kenyan to bring it to a halt through the legal process.
And I think it is what Duke was saying. What if someone goes to court, despite all the agreements and deliberations will come in? I don't know if Duke will come in after this. Despite everything that will be discussed, if they go outside the rule of law, the constitution, because Ruto strongly said that they will play everything by the book. What happens if slightly they coin the law, or rather they twist the law? What do you think will happen? Someone, as Duke said, will go to court, and that will be nullified. We'll be here again asking for mandamano. We will not get a solution. So I don't know, Lala, what you think about that.
I think what we are missing here is that we can take matters back to ourselves, but it has to go through a referendum, to validate it. So we are not outside the constitution when we go to the streets. You know, it's just we're saying it's us, the people, you know, doing it. So that means we are not going through parliament. When we're on the street, that's not parliament. Okay. That's an extra stuff that is given us by the constitution.
Okay. Duke, before I come to Kenya Revolutionary.
Yes, I agree that the Kenyan people are sovereign. They are above the institutions. However, you cannot say that Kenyan people have decided, or we as Kenyans, we have decided to go against the constitution. The problem is, which metric have you used? Have you done that? Have you done a survey and said maybe 70% of Kenyans wants us to do away with the constitution? So it's about the measurement or the metric to determine how many Kenyans are for something or against something. So you cannot just have a rally and say now all Kenyans have said so and so. So that is it. Number two, the Azimio side.
Number two, are you saying that because there's an article in the constitution itself on how to amend it, the stages, the process of how to amend it? So those stages have to be met before we even discuss of changing the law.
Yes, actually, that's how
we're going outside the constitution, because what we are doing is very constitutional. Because allows us. That's the beauty of our constitution. There's some things here that we are doing, but they are very constitutional. When you come against the people marching and start beating them,
please, I think you're misleading us. You're misleading us because even Raila himself said, you're misleading us. Raila himself said that an ad hoc committee will be formed and Parliament must change its standing orders. Please, what does that tell you? You are outside the law. Please, let's not mix issues.
Parliament will have its place. Yes, it will have its place in the process.
Yes, but we already have a president, and the president here is this.
It cannot initiate. Oh, go ahead, go finish your thought.
Yeah, Parliament, you see, we already have a president. This is something that was already started. You know, it had already been started. They tried, Ruto and Raila tried.
When you say we have a president, that's where we go wrong. We have no president. If we go back,
we have a president. I didn't say president.
Got it. We said that with Mr. Ruto. You see, we don't have a president based on our
no, please. Let's not be fanatical. We are talking about realities. Let's not be fanatical.
That's my interpretation.
Let's not be fanatical. The situation as it is, we have a sworn-in president. Let's get this straight. That's a law. Let's not argue for the sake of it.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
Let's not argue for the sake of it. Common sense. If you can Google anywhere, it will tell you the president of the Republic of Kenya is William Ruto. Please.
Yes.
Right? Now, legally. What I'm telling you, I'm talking about president of PRECEDENT. Not president.
Who's president?
No,
who's president?
Now,
who's not a president?
Who's president?
An legitimate president.
Who's president?
Legitimate one.
Who's president?
I raise my hand.
And when we
who's the constitution is vacant.
Order, everyone.
If we was a president, we could not be talking about Sava.
Okay, order. One moment. Okay,
go ahead.
That matter will be determined. Whoever is the president, whoever is not the president, that one will be determined. But if I get Sammy correct, legally, through the law-established processes, Ruto was declared by the chairman of IBC, number one. Two, the court. Wait, just let me finish. Allow me to finish. Number two, the court upheld that pronouncement. Now that is legally. If any other,
it's legitimate.
I wish I could prosecute my point.
That's one moment. I want us to be saying in the debate. So that is what Sam is trying to bring in legally. Any other statement is either because what you feel is an injustice or what you feel was not correct. That is you. So, but if you Google, as Sam says, if you Google who's the president, it will tell you. If you look at the processes of the constitution that we're talking about, just one moment.
I agree.
Has defined who is a president, how he comes into office. In any case, even other countries receive him as a president. So for now, for the sake of this debate, because by the end of the day, we need to kind of sober up everyone, whatever side and affiliation you're in. Let's sober up so that we can find an amicable path to finding a solution, right? So
And my
let's
point
not
was
say
not
we
of
don't
my
have a
point was not
president or we have. Yes, sir.
my point was not even who is the president. My point was that the law has already set a precedent, as in the courts have already adjudicated that you cannot bring something outside the constitution and purport to use the institutions that are there to make it law. It has happened before, right?
I think you're referring to the BBI.
Exactly. Now, I was not talking about who is the president. No, and forgive my pronunciation. Right?
The president. You're talking of the president.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about. Now, if we follow again, and that's what I was bringing in. And you emphasize what Duke was talking about. And we cannot make things and say, oh, that is why we're on the street. No, you are on the street and you are trying to agitate. And you are trying to fight for something that is, that is justifiable. But the operations that you are using is taking us back to history.
Hold on.
And this thing might take a
cheeky
Kenyan or a sneaky Kenyan, call whoever you want to call it, to bring it to a halt. That was my point. I'd rather you use the correct format.
Let me ask you.
Quickly, kidogo tu. Kidogo tu Lala, just one moment. Mtetezi and John Gitao and Rhoda, I'll be coming to you guys. Don't feel left out. And also you who is joining us live, allow me to acknowledge you. Thank you for making this your show. I see Frederick, you are in. I see Marcelo, you are in. And many others who are tuning in live and sending in their comments. This is a heated debate. We are discussing what happened today, what Raila said and what William Ruto equally said. They all seem to be speaking, but not to what probably some Kenyans would want them to be speaking on. And among other things that, as we are trying to find out, do they want to use routes that are not recognized by the Constitution, or are they using the routes recognized by the Constitution? That is the debate we are currently tackling. Lala, go ahead.
Legally, he was able to get himself sworn in. But we're on the street because we have an important question. And the question is the legality of his rule, of his ascendancy into that office. Let me give you an example. I live in a city called Cleveland, Ohio. We had somebody called Dinanyuk from Eastern European, one of those countries out there, Treblinka death camp guard. The guy got some papers, became an American citizen, and lived here for a long, long time. Then Israelis and Jews and Americans and others investigating discovered this guy was actually not the real person. What did they do? They didn't say, you're an American, you've been here, you've got kids here, no. They stripped him of his citizenship because he lied to become a citizen of the United States. He lied. And because of that, it was gone. But what we Kenyans are saying, because he's the president, therefore you cannot do anything, he's the president. No, he's an illegitimate president, okay? And one of the issues with the server is to confirm for us whether this man is fit to be the leader of the nation. Legally, he was able to get the papers, but that is now in question because of the whistleblower, the number that voted, and listen to this. We already knew what was in the server. We knew that, but we didn't know what to do with it. When the whistleblower came to confirm exactly what we knew. So this man is a fraud, is a thief, is unfit to be the president of Kenya. And let us bring the forensic people to look at what is in there and bring out the true data. And based on that, if Ruto wins, I salute him and follow him.
So who is to bring who is to bring those people?
If it doesn't, should go home. So I think the server is the key here. The server is the key.
There's a question for you from Sam. He's asking
who is to bring these people?
My job calls, so I may leave you shortly, guys. I'll come back.
Okay. Okay. Please do. We'll have a lot of questions.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something before I leave? What I want to say, we are dealing with the regime, Ruto regime. When we are dealing with the regime as the nations, we need to be humble each other. Whether you Azimio or Uda, we need to be humble each other. And we tell God, may Lord have mercy on our country. There's a time you say to God, take power. God can be the president of Kenya. Jesus can be the president. There's a time you say, what can we do now? Instead of this regime. I live freedom country. Freedom expression, freedom to say how you feel. You be yourself, live your life alone. I know how democracy works. And here, power is belong to the people. Even if you want to put your legs up, it's up to you.
Okay,
I'm not in Kenya, I'm in diaspora, and I know what is the democracy work. And people live in the regime. I used to meet, my best friend is from Iran. He used to tell his president is a regime. Can you imagine how people, they live hard life? Dictatorship.
Okay.
Women, I remember they were doing demonstration for the women to freedom of, walikuwa wanakaa hii kitambaa hii, lakini I'm not a Muslim, lakini watu waliuliwa kwa sababu regime, they are psychopath, they don't have feelings. Huyo president alikuwa naua damu, kuua watu, just killing. And then we say Kenya is a country of God. If people ask me, Kenya is a country of God? If we are really Christian, why can we have a regime? Why can we be unity? Why can the politicians come together and they forgive each other and they listen to, as the Bible says, come reason together, even if our sin is blah, blah, blah. We know everybody have been the Sunday school. We have learned 10 commandments, not lie, do not kill. We have learned Sunday school. And those things have been keep me moving and keep me going. If it's not that, I couldn't be the way I am. And they have been right to the right to the dark. We are called to be the right to the dark, especially Christian. You are called to be the right to the dark. You need to build these politicians together, not commonship, not lies. Let us come together and listen together. This is not the time to play the game. Of course, we are denying Sabbath to be open. Of course, I want Sabbath to be open. That's something I'm here. Because that is our justice, because the justice, and even the Bible says God is a God of truth and the God of justice. There's a time you say, let us through prove me. All the time I pray to God. I was fasting last week and I said to God, let the truth and justice we prevail in our country. The justice and truth. I was not eating anything, just praying, calling heaven. Let the justice and truth we prevail in our country, because God can heal our land. I was crying to God. I know what happened. There was a thief. They were stealing in former president. Many things have been happening in our country. People are.
Okay, just a moment. I've muted kidogo. Allow me to stop you there. Just a moment, Rhoda. Allow me to stop you there. Just a moment. I'll be coming to you. I want us not to lose what we were discussing. George, we have a statement that has been flying and has really been used so many times. Open the server. Now, my question, which I've asked before, Kenyan election is purely manual. The only thing, or the only way we go digital, is when we are transmitting the results. Now, we have forms that are termed as Form 34A, B, and C. Now, a voter walks into a polling station. He's given 6 ballots. From the 5, we don't seem to be having contestation on who won and who lost. It's kind of settled. But here, the challenge comes in is that the one that the results were transmitted through the server, there is where the challenge is. Now, what is easy? Is it not recounting all the votes, reconfirming all the Form 34 A's and B's and C and whatever, and then probably verifying it through the server? What is easy? Is it just opening the end, or you look at it in totality? Sam, then I'll have Kenya Rebel. Sam Wanga.
You know, I will still go back to the same thing, the Constitution and how things work. Number 1, IEBC is independent. And this is something that all of us are ignoring. Independent. Now, we started off on a wrong premise because the commissioners are serving partisan interests. So, and therefore you cannot talk about independent where there's no independence, because these people have been appointed by a political authority. Right? So when you are dealing with an independent organization, you need a court order to force them. There must be a litigant. And that's why I was saying, someone says, open the server. How do you force an independent organization to open the server just because you have complained? What about the other interested party? It doesn't work like that. There is a mechanism provided for in law, which is through the courts. Right? You go in there, do what you need to do. And even if you talk of the back end, because we just talked about the back end and the front end, there must be a legal process.
Sam, the Supreme Court ordered them to open the server. They refused, which is unheard of.
Please,
Lala, just a moment. I'll be coming to that just now.
Please, let's agree on this thing. The server was opened. Now, opening.
No, that's a lie.
Let me finish.
Which server was open? Which one?
Why talk here? These are
just a minute. Just a minute. You can. There are videos on YouTube. There's a report. Just a minute. You know, we can argue back and forth. But when evidence is adduced in court, and it has the registrar's signature, and it's adduced as evidence, because the server was opened, the front end was. You say there are technicalities when you talk about servers being opened. There's a front end and there's a back end, right? But now, if the server was opened, the front end was opened, they were able to see the face, right? Then now, the registrar writes a report. Those are now technicalities, right? Those are now technicalities. But what I'm talking to the host, I'm going back to what you asked me. There are legal challenges, and we are dealing with an independent organization. By the way, don't let this yellow fool you. I'm an Azimio supporter, but I'm looking at things logistically.
Then you need to go
things should be worked.
You need to go back to be tuned properly, and cognitive, stuff something need to be upgraded, because you can't argue from a wrong premise to kind of try to build your case. It's like if you don't have a foundation, you cannot build an argument.
But you keep on interrupting me. You're not even allowing me to prosecute my point. I start talking and you're talking.
But you have just said the server was opened.
The server was open. The front end of the server was open.
No, if the server was open, wait, my brother, wait. Just wait. If the server was open, I don't think if the claim that he claimed as a mere, we are now saying server to be opened again. If the server was open, then we could have the results.
Go back to the case. You will find a registrar's report. The server was opened. Those are legal issues. Legal issues.
Ask the question.
You can argue as much as you want.
So you're just trying to say that
the 50%
we are now claiming
plus one was met.
Yes.
And to that question, Your Ladyship, the late Justice Antonin Scalia, whenever he went to give lectures to all over the United States, everyone used to ask him about Bush v. Gore, and he will know whether someone is a Republican or a Democrat as to the question they will ask, and his answer will be, get over it. It's over. So to 50 plus 1, the court made its determination in 2013 on the votes cast and valid votes and the rejected ballot. Rejected and not votes. Votes is an authentication of preference. There's nothing called rejected votes. That's a rejected ballot. The court emphatically made that decision in 2013 and in 2017. To the petitioner's answer as to that, I think the simple answer will be get over it. With those few remarks, I yield the floor.
Into Provisio, Silva, Ogudino. Do you have it?
You would like me to refer to my report?
It's a document. I'm looking at the registrar's report, so if you have it on yours is blank, I'm sure, if you noticed. Yes, that one, yeah. Yes, so go to, not that one. Page, it doesn't have pages, but it's an extra R10. It was the foreigners' logs. Mine doesn't have pages.
I don't have it.
It just reads R10. Anyway.
Yes.
R10 is titled Users Who Logged In Recently. Do you remember that? You projected it here.
We projected it, yes.
Yes. So Vito logged in on July 28th. That's my question. I want to see whether we're on the same wavelength as to the dates. Because you said they logged in during the tally. Does someone have a copy of the report?
We can share a copy.
You can use this.
Yeah, please share a copy.
Take this.
This is
share this.
R10. And to save on time, Mr. Ngarisha, you can be looking at R12 yourself.
Yes.
Thank you.
Aha.
Yes.
I wish Lala was in, because that point is what, Sammy, you are trying to bring home. Because this is where, after they had tried to project the loggings in the server, this is where he was put to task to really show there was interference. And I think this is where they really want to capitalize that the servers were never opened. But the court kind of came out and pronounced itself on that issue. I don't know if that's the clip you wanted me to play.
Yeah, there's even another clip of because there are two aspects of the server, and if you remember how they argued the case, we cannot allow you to go into the content of the server. Reason, you will take images which will violate our copyright laws. So there is a front face and a back face.
Okay.
But you see, when we want to argue and justify, and there's a report, there were questions. The registrar's report, you can go on YouTube, you can go on Supreme Court files. There is a report, the registrar's report, which everyone is refusing to look at. And that's evidence. Now, if we are talking about the contents of the server, then we are now doing what we call providing evidence. New evidence, because we are now investigating and prosecuting a new case. No one wants to hear that. When you say open the server, that's what it is. New evidence has come up, right? But now my question is this: We are dealing with an independent electoral commission. If Raila orders for the servers to be open, right, is the institution still independent? Because let's remember, this is an institution that is capable of auditing itself, not just sections of its department, not just procurement. It should audit its process, its results. Where did we go wrong? What did we do right? How do we strengthen ourselves? How do we overcome our failures? But the institution, because of the political inclination, is refusing to fully audit itself. That was my point.
Okay. So, Cornelo Chuka, I can see you. You have to unmute, sir.
Oh, can I speak?
Yeah, please do.
Nasikia Sama anaongea mambo na Sava. Sama ako tu sawa according to yeye. Lakini pia sisi tuko right because baba ako na lawyers. Wale Sam pia nadhani sisi hatuna lawyers. Wanakuwa advised. Sisi tunajua Sava haikufunguliwa because Sava ingefunguliwa tungeridhika na yale tulikuwa tunataka kupata kule ndani. Ukituambia tungejaribu piga picha ile siri iko ndani tutoe nje, ningedhani I don't think tungefanya kitu kama hiyo. Number 2, pia ukituambia IBC iko independent, IBC iko independent kwa midomo yetu na akili zetu, na IBC iko independent before tufanye election. Ile siku ya election ikikuja ya kuchaguana viongozi, IBC haiko independent. IBC inashikwa mateka, na inashikwa mateka na wanasiasa, inashikwa mateka na watu ambaye wako na interest huko ndani. And that is why unapata common mwananchi ni ngumu sana aingie pale na awanie kiti na ashinde kiti, kwa sababu kuna wale watu example, kuna watu Azimio wanataka waingie ndani na lazima Azimio ifanye juu chini watu waingizwe ndani. Same na Kenya Kwanza. Kuna watu Kenya Kwanza wanavuta. Nimeona kitabu ya Hassan yenye alitoa, anasema venye wa politicians ni very powerful hapa Kenya. Hata saizi tunasema judiciary ni independent. Ni uongo, ni midomo na akili zetu na venye wanakula pesa ya Kenya. Lakini reality wakikuja kwa ground sasa kufanyia wananchi kazi, unapata judiciary si independent, imeshikwa mateka. Serikali inaambia left right. Ni same thing na IBC. IBC ni independent body, watu wamechaguliwa na pesa zetu, kuna haki ya jinsi kuchagua watu. Lakini unapata watu wakifika pale, unapata watu wafanyi venye wanafaa. Mtu anafanya kitu yenye inataka kusaidia Raila, mwingine anataka kitu yenye inafaa kusaidia Ruto, and that is mali shida inatokea. Na ningeomba sana kama IBC ingekuwa independent ya ukweli yenye mnasema, Chebukati na Ruto wangekuwa wanashikana mabega, wenye walishikana mabega ni kama bibi na bwana, ati oh my brother, oh will protect you, you are a hero. Nobody is a hero. Hero ni sisi. And that is why unaona tukisema ati watu Azimio wanapiga kelele. Watu Azimio wanapiga kelele kwa sababu tuko na viongozi wa Azimio. Na viongozi wa Azimio wengi wao ni maloya kuliko Jakoya yuko hapo, Orengo yuko hapo, Martha Karua yuko hapo, Kalonzo yuko hapo. Wakisema Sava ifunguliwe, wanajua sababu ya mbona wanasema Sava ifunguliwe. I don't think watu ni wazimu kusema Sava ifunguliwe.
Ochuka, wacha nicheze ile Sava ambayo ilikuwa na changamoto, alafu tuone kama kweli, because issue I think the major issue is mathematics, right? That was the issue.
Okay, cheza hiyo alafu nione ndo niongee. Let me mute.
Okay.
Albeit not gazetted, was in the IBC system and purportedly verified over 1,000 Forms 34A, something that Chebukati's counsel confirmed. However, the IBC chairperson maintained that no changes were made to Forms 34A on the public portal, as Odinga and Karua allege. NTV's Brian Oboya looks through the poll agency's defense.
Raila Odinga and the Azimio team forged Forms 34A according to IEBC and Wafula Chebukati's lawyers. The advocates were reacting to allegations that original Forms 34A and those on the IEBC's portal are different.
That whether the forms provided by the agents are the same as what is in the portal, the court has to come to one conclusion. Those forms that are being provided in those stations are doctored. They are forgeries, and bad forgeries at that.
Odinga had yesterday asked the court to determine why the Forms 34A were captured in JPEG and in color, yet published on the portal in a black and white PDF format. IEBC argued a JPEG file couldn't be altered to assure credibility.
We were very deliberate why our KIMS kit will have an imaging software embedded and sent in PDF. One is because of the security I've indicated. The second one is because since it is black and white, and agents will be taking pictures of the form, we wanted to differentiate between what the agents are taking with their form and what we are sending ourselves.
Based on John Githongo's evidence, the battery of advocates told the court yesterday that Deputy President William Ruto built a center in Karen where 56 people intercepted Forms 34A, modified them and re-uploaded them onto the public portal. The commission rejected the claim.
There is no one who can upload the Form 34A. Form 34A are only transmitted from the KIMS by the PO.
Odinga's lawyers argue that Chebukati's personal assistant accessed the system and changed some 1,143 Forms 34A. IEBC and Chebukati admitted that Dickson Kwanusu was indeed in the IEBC system, but he wasn't the only one.
14 officers, and we've attached that into the affidavit of Martin Nyaga, including the chairman's PA, Mr. Abdi Daher, who is a registered, who is a returning officer, and 14 other persons were mandated to actually do that verification process on the table.
Smartmatic, the elections agency's voting technology supplier, had declined to open the National Tallying Center server, citing security concerns. In a letter, the company argues allowing full access to Form 34C servers would violate its intellectual property rights. The letter reading in part that we would like to clarify that such images contain software owned and copyrighted by Smartmatic and is thus IP protected. The Greek company that also supplied IEBC with KIMS kits goes ahead to say that in addition to violating our IP rights, this would also jeopardize elections in other countries that are using or have used our systems. Odinga has been pushing the infiltration claims with the backup of a DCI report into the shadowy and controversial landing of 3 Venezuelans into Kenya late July. Brian Obuya, NTV.
And takes to bring certain concerns of the first and second petitioners to the court regarding the ongoing scrutiny. With every passing second, of course, time is lost. It is still with regard to what we consider the non-compliance with order number 2 regarding access to the servers. I wish to report, as of this morning, nothing has changed. IEBC continue to refuse to provide the forensic image of all 8 servers. Your Ladyship, my lords, the 8, we've been using the word servers in plural, but I would like to refer to the affidavit of Mr. George Njoroge at page 11, which gives the name or identity of the 8 servers. Page 11 of the forensic report by George Njoroge, which gives the particulars of all 8 servers.
Okay, and And the following day after this, the court made a ruling. I think there is where, Sami, you are trying to come in.
Yes, and you know, the court has had its ambassadors to the process. Now, and the court cannot work outside those parameters that is already set in to investigate the issue.
Okay.
All right. So my point here is that the court relied on the registrar. These guys were given the front end. They were not given the content. And you can hear the lawyers talking about it. You can hear the lawyers talking about it, that you see, this is what happened. We got the front end, but we were not allowed to access. Right? So the contents of what came out, like, you know, we are talking about someone who now released the contents of the server. The reason why we cannot even prosecute the contents of that server right now is because of how they were obtained. You can't present it as evidence. And that has been my point from the very beginning. But I know IEBC has the potential to audit itself, right? But there's this guy, Ochuka, said something that is true. That's the reality we're living with. There are partisan interests. It is there. We can't deny it. We can't deny it. Someone has the instruments of power, will control independent electoral commissions, but someone also has the power of the people and will do anything to stop. So these powers, these politicians are at loggerheads, and both of them are powerful. So I agree with him at that point. But if we want to prosecute our case, we have to follow the law. It makes sense. It brings sanity, and it protects lives and the country.
Okay. Ochuka?
So the point yenye Sama anasema it's true, but mahali ambaye nataka kuambia Wanakenya sahizi Kenya nimeona so far, hizi vitu zetu tunasema ni independence, haziko independent. Right now watu wanasoma law, watu wanafanya vitu zao, lakini umesikia hata hapo kwa hizo clip umecheza, unasikia Azimio hawajafunguliwa saba. Unasikia wanasema hii na hii hatujapewa.
Ilikuwa day 2, day 3.
Yes. Court pia inasema tulishawapea. Yes.
Just one moment. Nikicheza day 3 utaona wakiproject vitu walitoa kwa server. Sijui kama nataka nicheze hiyo.
No, kidogo. So nilikuwa najaribu kusema kitu moja. Mimi Kenya najua so far na hizi mapati. Mimi ni mtu wa Azimio damu, mtu wa baba. But huwa pia sisi tunaweka mtu wetu huko ndani. Si hao watu wa IBC wanapanga watu 7 ama 8. You will find kuna watu tunajaribu, tunaenda hata kwa manyumba zao. Kuna watu pia Kenya Kwanza wanaenda kwa manyumba zao. So you find IBC haina ile utu ya kuhudumia wananchi. Ukienda kwa court ni same. So mambo na election Kenya tutapigana. Lakini tunashukuru sana tuko na baba, ana bado anafungua macho. Walisema watafungua mambo na IBC, sasa wamesema watadiscuss mambo na IBC kwa parliament. Hizo ndio tunafaa tu discuss. Inafaa na tuseme tukisidanganya tuletewe mzungu asimamie IBC. Hatasaidika. Ni sisi wenyewe ndio mashetani. Wacha mashetani ndio washikilie hizo positions. Lakini mimi naomba tu kitu moja, saa hizi mali Kenya imefika. Kenya inakuwa run na power ya politicians. Politicians ndio wanafanya everything. Hata sasa unasikia hakuna madawa kwa hospitali. Unaambiwa enda nunua gloves hapo nje. Enda nunua pamba, cotton hapo nje. Go buy spirit outside there and come back. Daktari umekuja utibiwe, unawacha 7,000 kwa hospitali, lakini vitu zenye umenunua ingine za 14,000. Na bado wewe mwenyewe hujapona. You see? So you find politicians, dawa inakuja jioni, asubuhi madawa wametoa, wamerudisha kwa store. Hiyo madawa wanasema imecost 300 million. Unasikia governor mzima anakuja anapiga picha na madawa hapo. Anasema hii madawa imecost bilioni 2, tumeleta madawa ya mabilioni 2, na ndio shida ambayo tuko nayo Kenya, na unasikia hata server iko ndani. Tunanunua makaratasi. Hakuna wenye wanasoma hapa Kenya. If you want something, you buy. Ukitaka certificate, hata ukitaka certificate yote you can buy. Ziko. Tusidanganyane hapa. Na hiyo ndio problem ya IBC. Ziko. Na hiyo ndio problem pia ya court. So you find watu wanajaribu kusema wanataka vitu za ukweli. Hakuna vitu za ukweli. Mkenya anatoka sasa hii hapa anaenda abroad. Alimaliza form 4, kufika abroad huko yeye anasema venye ni nurse. Ametoka na papers za kila mtu hapa. Kwa system inaita kinyi, lakini ukienda kwa reality unapata ni juu ni nani mwingine, mtu mwingine mwanaume ndiye ako nayo. Kwa system ni jina mwanamke, ako nayo huko US ni jina mwanaume. So inafaa tuanze sisi wenyewe tu style up kwa hizo tabia. Hizo tabia tukistyle up kwa tabia za pesa, tabia za vitu za kununua, tutaenda mbali sana. Lakini kwa sasa server bado tunataka ifunguliwe according na sisi tumeshikilia, na tumeshikilia tusipopewa heshima tunarudi tu kwa streets, hata tumeboeka sana.
Okay. John Gitau, I'm coming to you mtetezi, allow me to come to John Gitau kidogo.
Okay.
As a strong supporter who even financed and helped build UDA, what comes to your heart when you hear claims after claims that truly you guys kind of didn't win the elections? It kind of, you rigged your way into power. Like what Azimio has strongly saying is you guys are illegal, or rather you are illegally in power. What do you feel and how do you defend yourself, sir?
Okay. Thank you, Mtebe. Number one, the general election was 50-50. There was no winner, according to me.
Okay.
Because you find that, like, where I come from, Honorable Raila Omolodiga did have agents, and all the cast ballots were for president. That's why Azimio they are mad somehow about this election. Number two, now the UDA party have the power. How can you tell them to open the server so that it can kill them? That cannot be happen. You see, now it is upon now international government or international community to come in and come with a good mediator who everybody respect, whether it's Obama, whether it's somebody else, because the government which we have today got half of the votes. It was like 7.01, 7.01, or 7.00, 7.00. Remember, what is conflict? How do you solve the conflict? Conflict have the cycles. Nona, if you Google, because there's a lot, the conflict you cannot solve when you say Baba bring 5 people and President bring 5 people. And then each motion brought to the parliament, and then the parliament is controlled by the presidency. Higher. Number 2 is judiciary. Judiciary, in fact, there are some people there who are not qualified. Judiciary, the Supreme Court, they are not qualified. And I'm not ashamed. They are written what to say. They cannot remember what they said yesterday. You get? So if you go to Supreme Court again, that's a waste of time. To me, the best option is to find a mediator who can select a panel from both sides. And this one, they'll be caught off guard without knowing you are selected to be in this committee. If we follow the proposal of Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, I think that was the best. But people rejected because they thought he is a ODM. But me as academia, I found him like he think a lot of this country. We have people like Wikiri for Paranya. If he's brought on the table, he can bring a maturity in the negotiation. Don't bring people like Babu Namwamba. You see, don't bring people like Bobo Wino. No, they will start fighting. You see, then remember, wealth in the country without good ethics, we don't have anything. The country can burn within one day, and that's it. And that's why yesterday it was Sunday, if I'm not wrong, yesterday was Sunday. Both of sides, they give the briefings, because the intelligence, they said, anytime from now, the country can burn, and no one want to be blamed. Remember, the president was tortured mentally, physically, and emotional through the ICC. So the question is, how you guys are you planning to solve this problem? You may be thinking you are small, but you are not small at all. You are in the age of 40. If you're in a police, you are major already. If you're in commander, if you are army, you are commander. If you are doctor, you are mature doctor. You see, we need
let me
a
ask
sort
you a question before I forget of something you have just said, John Gitao. You have
Yeah.
said that where you are, the Azimio Brigade didn't have agents. Yeah, I don't know if I heard
Yeah.
you correct. Now,
True.
if my memory serves me right, I remember that the first ballot paper to be counted was that of the president, right? Is that correct? And
That's correct.
as per what I remember, there were other 5 ballot papers, and in other 5 ballot papers, we had people who were vying in those posts, either via Jubilee or any other party affiliated to Azimio. If either of the agents, even if you are representing the governor, even if you're representing the MCA, because I believe somehow there must be someone from Azimio from where you are voting, right? That person rightfully could have served as an agent to the president, or if so, could have noted any discrepancies during either counting or verifying of those results. So how comes we don't have like people coming out and saying, I was an agent of either an MCA, but during the presidential count, this is what transpired. You know, why don't we have such people coming out? Number 2, I also want to ask you, this election was not just held and conducted in Kenya without people observing it. We had international observers. You might not have had agents, but there were international observers. And I believe, I don't want to put words in their hearts, they were bipartisan, or rather they didn't have an affiliation they were ascribing to. They would have raised that in certain polling station, even if not many, even one, right? That in this polling station, we noted Azimio didn't have an agent. And here, these are the discrepancies we were able to pin out. That one, either votes were added to the leading candidate or subtracted to the second candidate. So does the fact of lacking an agent makes one lose or gain votes, given that by the end of the day, IEBC is mandated to ensure that every vote counts?
Okay, let me just correct you one thing. Most people in Murang'a County, and they are not poor, they were given 200 million by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That money was given to individuals who never went to the police station. The other people of Azimio who are maybe representing the rest of the calibers, they didn't have care. They wanted Ruto. You see, obvious. Even if it's written, this is Azimio, and the person pronouncing say UDA, they say yes, UDA, yes. Then just hold on. I remember I went to like 5 police stations asking a question: do we have a presidential agent for Azimio? No, we don't have. I remember the turnover was very slow, and I was moving with my car all over. You get. So now the question is, people who led to all this confusion, they're the people who are very close to Baba. And that is what I say in my heart. Baba won election despite being done all those things. I'm not a supporter of Baba. I'm damn
Gitao,
UDA.
just few seconds ago, you said that you believe that the election went 50-50.
Yes.
Seconds later, now you're now saying that Baba won this. So I don't know what to go with. But anyway, I see Sam raising his hand. Sam, what do you want to say?
Just a second. If I got 50 and you got 50 and you had a chance to steal, that means whatever you stolen is mine. So whatever I have 50 now plus the other one which is mine. Baba win the election.
No,
You get what I mean?
But you didn't answer my question. Not even one. But anyway, it's okay. Wanga.
It's funny how we allow politicians to play with our mind. And they create these stories because now when they start talking of there are no agents, then you wonder, do agents conduct elections? Agents, let's, and that's why I'm telling you it is difficult to prosecute the contents of the server that we were given, that is out there in the public domain, because of how it was gotten, right? If you go to those documents, kuna agents wamesign, they are there. Let's not play this game. Go through hata hiyo Kiambu, enda Murang'a, utapata kuna agents. Hii theory watu politicians wametuweka hapa ati there were no agents. Tuache story mingi bwana. Agents don't conduct elections. Elections are conducted by IEBC. One thing is clear, very clear, that there were appointments that were irregularly done by IEBC prior to what? The election. But even that did not stop Baba from winning that election. Our problem, Sahi, is how do we get the contents of the server legally and prosecute it to avoid further electoral malpractice? I think that is what we're discussing here.
Sam, let me correct you. The person who holding the power, you know his history. Remember, he is my president. Now, I was there just to win my seat. You get anybody who have no good, his background have a questionable marks. That person, even if you tell me he won election, maybe through other means, our context here is very clear, open the server. But who is directing? Number one, the president must authorize. Number two, international community must authorize. There are 5 things to be done for the server to be open. It is not that easy. It is not like walking in your house, you open the padlock.
Gitao, there's a point you're missing that Sam raised. One, we are a republic. We don't take orders from international communities to open our business. Like IBC cannot be directed by anyone, including in that international community. So when you say the international community, how will they even come in? What law? Because we are a country governed by law.
Look, even right now, we are in this process. Hii kelele tunapiga hapa. What we are talking about na kelele mingi. Ni kama hatukuona what happened in Bomas. We didn't see the ambassadors once so had been announced. They left. It's like even the other day. Interview. We know very well what happened. Interview Raila. Nimeleta hii story yote. Interview Raila with the German television. Nimeleta hii story yote. Him firing directly the American ambassador. And now the West are now, they are going back and say, hey, we don't want to be involved in this nonsense. So they are bringing these guys together. I agree with him that you see, they can force these guys to talk, but they do not have the powers to order us to do what they are supposed to do.
2 tablets only. 2 tablets only.
Even Raila himself today said, we as Kenyans should be allowed to handle our business. So I don't not that I'm disagreeing with you, Gitao, because you're entitled to your opinion, but as per what we know, the international community cannot interfere with us in any way, whether supporting the government or not. They cannot. We are a sovereign country that does not allow such. I don't know, maybe you have other sources of information, but from what I know, we are not a banana republic. We are a country governed by the rule of law. So they can give advice, but they cannot make us make the decision. They can only advise or probably give a helping hand or maybe shed some light, but not really kind of say this must be done.
And they can't enslave us. They can't.
They cannot.
People must make those decisions. Our rulers have the money. Hii maneno ya kukimbilia ati kwani Kenya hakuna experts to look back into those servers. They are software engineers. My friend, tuache hii leaning on the West. Tumekuja hapa nje, tunakaa hapa nje, we are part of the system, we see the weakness of the system. We know what is happening. And as someone alisema hapa ati see, even Donald Trump alijaribu, but people had to stand firm. Kama Pence angekubali na alter your vote, I don't think the world order would be the same.
Okay. Cornelo Chuka?
John Gitau, I think issue yake ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Since anaongea tu Uhuru Kenyatta alitoa 200 million per ground. Uhuru Kenyatta did this, Uhuru Kenyatta ordered this. Hii group saizi kuna watu wanawish tu mtu atetee Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na mimi nitatetea Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for free. Because Uhuru Kenyatta ni best yetu sasa atakuwa lipo. Na atuombi hata msaada kwao. Wachana na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. First of all, unafaa kurespect Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta because kama si yeye kupatiana hiyo sword ya kwa Ruto, hata wewe ungekuwa unaongea leo. Because Uhuru alikuwa na powers yote ya kusema sipeani, mimi napea Raila. Wenye Uhuru anasema mimi yeye anatambua Raila kama rais wake. Uhuru ako na hiyo power. Lakini Uhuru pia ni mtu reasonable. Alinyamaza akasema hii kitu imeenda, nimeona wananchi wamechagua. Na yeye pia alijua hii Kenya mmechagua iko na shimo tupu. Akachukua kisu akapea mashimo. Ndio hii mashimo tuko hapa. Alafu mtu kama Bado Gitau atake kukubali, atake kutoka hapo. Badala Gitau angalia tunashughulika na mambo ya sasa. Yeye anaweka Uhuru. Acha kuweka Uhuru acha kublame Uhuru. Uhuru amesaidia nchi. Na kama si Uhuru kwenda pale Kasarani na kupatiana kisu, hata Gitau unajua hata kwa nyumba yako watoto wako sasa wanakwenda shule. So kwa Uhuru Kenyatta tuachane na Uhuru Kenyatta. Acha nimalize. Wachana na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Okay,
issue yenye iko hapa ni issue ya maisha iko juu, issue yenye Raila opposition leader ana raise, issue yenye government wanasema wamefanya 1 2 3 na wananchi hawaoni, issue ya maandamano. Na unasikia venye Sama amekupea tu yani idea kidogo, amejaribu kuelimisha kidogo, lakini wewe unakataa. Anakuambia all the papers were signed. Amekupea tu kidogo, lakini unajua sisi Sam pia anaiweka vizuri sana. Sijui nimwekee tu direct, lakini sitaenda hapo. Unaambiwa watu walisign forms. Unaona? What we know na mambo na Central Kenya ilifanyika is that agents walikuja na it might be walikuja late. Walilipwa wakuja late kitu kama 3-4 hours wajifanya wamelala. Another thing what happened in Central that it was au my agent wetu party ilichukua ID zao na nini zao makaratasi zao, lakini kufika asubuhi hizo makaratasi hawakupatiana. Ati Cornell anafaa kuwa polling station gani, anafaa kufanya nini. Sasa mimi nakuja pale na badge ya kusema mimi ni nini, lakini kwa records ziko hapo. Ilifanya dakika kidogo 4 hours, hiyo kuvutana 4 hours kidogo 5 hours. Kenya mlifanya tunajua, mlichukua tu makaratasi ya UDA mkaingiza kwa box. mkapaint huko yote yellow. Aya, mkaanza Junet alikula pesa ya sijui nini. Tunajua Kenya mlifanya, lakini tumenyamaza. Sisi hata mseme Joho Junet alikula, tunawapenda bado. So my point is this.
Give me a second.
My point is this: Uhuru Kenyatta should be respected. As we talk right now, talk about Raila Amolo Odinga. Don't talk about Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta amenyamaza, anawapea heshima.
Ochuka, I apologize for mentioning President Uhuru Kenyatta, the ex. Now, listen, here we are talking about three things. Open the SAFA, economy, and the IPC. So the only three things. And opposition, as we call them, they have no way they can present them to whoever they are supposed to present it. The last option is Maandamano. Now, Maandamano, when it comes, it's looting, stealing, doing everything. Then the leaders start calling from other countries. You guys, can you sit down and reason together?
John, do you know what happened? John, let me tell you one thing, John. Leo nikwambie ukweli. Nataka watu wote wanisikie leo vizuri. Raila Amolo Odinga akienda maandamano, unaona wale watu wanamwaga maji juu ya building, na wale wanakubali wamwagiwe maji na wachukue hiyo maji bila kutupa mawe na kucelebrate. Unaona wale walikuwa nako kwa maji chafu. Unaona wale wenye polisi akipiga tegas wanapiga polisi na mawe kurudisha polisi, au ndo waandamaji wa Azimio. Azimio people don't steal. I'm telling you the truth. Raila was in Embakasi. Raila wasn't in Kayole. Kayole waliloot maduka ya Wakikuyu. It is true. So that ionekane ni vita ya huyu na huyu. Wa mix, wa twist that thing from maandamano waseme they were aiming Kikuyu. What they did in Kibra we know. Walenda wakachoma mosque, wakachoma kanisa ya Kikuyu na Wakristo, ndio vita itoke pale Kibra ya Muslim na Christian. At the same time, what did they do? Wakaanza kuchoma mabiashara ya watu. So that ionekane nini biashara ya Kikuyu pia inachoma pale Kibra. But Mungu halali. Mungu ni nani? Mungu halali. Mungu alileta amani. And hata mpea hao wenye walifanya hivyo walishtuka sana. So usiseme ati leaders from abroad were called.
Ochuka,
don't
only
say
1 minute.
Don't say that. Just namaliza alafu na kuacha. Usiseme ati leaders waliona maandamano looting alafu wakapiga simu. No, watu wa Azimio wanaandamana. We know what the government ilikuwa inafanya. The government ilikuwa inataka ku counter this thing. Lakini Mungu hajalala. Mungu amewanyamaza.
Ochuka, thank you for that. So the only thing I will add, Gitau, why is it that these incidents are happening after the protest?
That's okay, fine. That's why I told you the process of presenting your anger. If you have no other means, you go peaceful demonstration. If it's become the whole nation, now the president himself, he have to panic.
But John, you are not answering the question.
You are not listening.
Why is it that it happened at the end of Maandamano?
In a protest of any nature, if it reach a threshold, now people, they come out, the leader, they come out, they start now talking to each other. You see? Unless they talk to each other.
John, let me tell you one thing. John, let me tell you one thing. You see, saizi John, saizi John, Kenya Kwanza ingeanza rally wenye walikuwa wanafanya sisi tutafanya rally. Do you know wale wezi wa Azimio wangekuwa Kenya Kwanza? Ingekuwa biashara. Na kesho Kenya Kwanza kama iko kwa streets wanarudi Azimio. Do you know that something like that can happen? Because I remember Raila was in Embakasi, nimekuambia. Na shops za Kayole zimekuwa looted. Na wale wa mama walikuwa nalia wakisema guy ni loan, guy ni shida. Hapa Kibra biashara ya wale watu wa hardware. Somebody lost 3.5 million in Kibra hardware. Na ni Mkikuyu, na despite wanasema ati Kikuyu hauko welcome Kibira, walikuwa. Kanisa mnachomea nini? Hakuna Mjaluo alichoma kanisa na hakuna Muslim alichoma mosque wala kanisa. Mulileta tu gunzu siku watu wakilala na mkai alafu mnaforce. Wacha hizo
Ochuka, you are putting a word in my mouth. Me, I was in UDA. But after that, me, I'm a partisan. I'm not
Welcome
in
back
this
to
side or this side. You see, I'm just neutralizing where I am, speaking to people, peace, to unite the nation. You get,
Okay.
but for you, you are saying like I'm in this side or this side. You see?
Just one moment. So that
Wewe tunasema vibaya. John, wewe tunasema vibaya. John unasema vibaya because John, excuse, John unasema, John ndiye anasema. Sorry, alafu nimalize. Okay.
Order. Now I want us to come back to the debate. The debate was concerning the just kidogo msimamo, nimekuona umeingia tu sai kidogo. The debate is the speech and the way forward. We are still on that before we kind of go out on what we are talking about. Is it okay we go back to the debate? Tuachane na mambo ya. Okay. I see Mtetezi. Mtetezi, you have something?
Okay. Hapo mkubwa ulikuwa karibu tuende out of the topic. Are we together?
Usitoke nje ya topic, rudi kwa topic.
Yeah, ndio hapo ndo niko sasa.
Endelea.
Okay. Mr. Sam was talking about the independence of the IBC. But when you saw ile time walikuwa wanatoa results, before the results were given out, the 4 commissioners did not agree with the results that is being going to be pronounced. And the 3 commissioners were saying that is the correct results. So you see there is a mistrust between the commissioners. That says that the image of the IBC themselves were not talking one thing. So sisi kama wananchi tukaona kwamba mambo si sawa. Then we see like mambo ya wale commissioners is like kuna game ilikuwa inachezwa, and that's whereby unaona kwamba huyu whistleblower, the issue of whistleblower came up. The whistleblower said baba alipata kiwango fulani na huyu alipata kiwango fulani. So when we demand the IBC like to open the server, we need to get the clear now response between the 2 people. We don't know who to trust, Chebukati or the whistleblower or the baba. We need to know the results so that hata tujue kama ni Ruto alipita, to shake hand na Ruto tumpatie muda wake afanye kazi. Lakini whenever we say like at server itafunguliwa, we shall interrupt with you what. So we need to get the clear information, and the clear information is with the server. Why is it that they don't want to open the server? Where is the difficulty of opening up a server? And we complete these problems of kufutana huku na huko. You know, tukisema kwamba we are going back to maandamano sasa inaenda kuwa more worse, and it will worsen everything. I think the best way, we should just sit down and follow procedure on how the server should be open. I think that's the best thing.
Okay. Duke, I had a question for you that I felt I wasn't really kind of properly answered by John Gitao. The question was, he brought the issue of the agents during elections. And my question was, I don't know if you had the question. The question was, we had other 5 polls, or rather other ballots: the governor, the senator, the women rep, the member of parliament, the MCA. Now, these other 5 had agents, and we know very well that the first ballot to be counted is that of the president. As much as probably they may try to say they didn't have agents, our other candidates, I'm sure they were from different different parties, and some were affiliated to Azimio. If truly there were issues, as Gitao tried to say, or rather, I don't know if it's Ochoka, that there was some degree of staffing in UDA zones, probably these agents, they should have raised that my ballot paper for the MCA is okay, but that for the president, I was able to note A, B, C, D, because there is a form that they feel that brings out the complaints during that poll. How comes you don't have such in any of the 46,200 and something polling station? Not a single polling station, not even one. What do you make of it, sir?
You see, the bottom line is, even if there was no agents at all, that cannot be a defense or an evidence in a court of law. You have to give real evidence that there was alteration of the results. But actually, the question you should have asked is, out of thousands of polling stations, because they are talking about the server, is there anyone from that 4A physical, which is very different from that which is in the portal? Just one. They cannot give that. So that should be the question. But what I can say is this: the issues talking about the server or about the Ruto not being the president, those issues is actually like trying to say no to negotiation. If you start talk about the server, you start talking about Ruto is not the president, that's the end of the negotiation. There will be no progress at all, because these are the issues which cannot be solved even by the president himself. The president himself cannot open the server. He cannot order the server to be opened because of the independence of the institutions, because of the courts, because even the fact that the company involved is not a Kenyan company. That company is an international. It can decide not to do another contract in Kenya and then even disobeys the Kenyan court order. So all those issues in consolidated together means that if the Azimio side continues to push that the server must be opened, or Ruto is not the president, then they are not genuine in addressing the issues of Kenyans. I can say they are selfish in a way, because I feel that the issues which should be addressed are to lower the cost of living by giving realistic proposals. Number two, if they are talking about the constitution of the IPC, that I agree, maybe they can say maybe we have like equal number of commissioners from the ruling party and maybe the opposition, something of that kind, until that can move forward. Also, somebody gave another interpretation and said that if the Azimio will not be very keen, you may find that it's a game. It can be even a political game where they are told, come, we negotiate, they continue, the process takes like a year or something of that, and they come with something illegal and unconstitutional, and then the court says this is null and void, just the way the BPA was done. Therefore, it's actually to the advantage of Azimio side if everything which has to be done must be done as per the constitution and as per the institutions which are recognized within our country. Because if they go outside that, and maybe you find maybe the government's not buying that, they can actually continue, and at a point, the institution will do away with that. So that's what I can say.
Okay. Sammy, before I come to Blake. Let me go ahead. Before I come to Blake.
Me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have one question for Duke. You know the 2022 election was contested massively. I mean, seriously. And if you note that the difference between the winner and as announced by IEBC was 200,000. Now, that is 200,000 of the elected, I mean, where votes were cast. There were counties that did not cast, and they were heavily populated. Kakamega ni moja, Mombasa ni ingine. The difference is only 200,000. Let's remember that. So if you talk about constitutional change, we must remove the powers of the chairman of the IEBC from deciding that tutakuwa na election huku, tutawacha huku, tutafanya hii, tutafanya. If you're looking at it from that objective, Duke, then you are right. But isiwe, atunasema ati, and I will focus on 200,000, whether you like it or not. That is how much Ruto alishinda inasemekana. Because hatujafungua server. 200,000. Na Kakamega peke yake ilikuwa kitu ingine. Nimewachia hapo.
You see, the postponement of Kakamega and Mombasa was not for presidential elections, it was for other seats. So I don't know how that relates to the presidential outcome. Number two, it's not about Chebukati deciding that you are not going to have election in particular regions. Sometimes we have what we call unavoidable circumstances. For example, if maybe there is a terrorist attack and something of that, if materials are not available at all because of logistical issues. So how can we proceed with that? So there are unavoidable circumstances which the situation demands that the only way to deal with that is to postpone.
Duke,
regardless about
the turnout. It affects the turnout of the election. It affects the turnout, and that is what happened.
Sami Wanga, if that affects the turnout, there were only two. We still had other 45 constituencies. How did, according to Duke, what is asking, how did those two still affect the other 45?
Given also, even if it's affected, it affected for both parties, not just one individual. The impact was across. So which evidence?
The impact was not across, Duke. Which most actually either constituency you're talking about, were they opposition strongholds? Simple yes or no?
Yes, but what I can just a moment. You see, actually, people are more interested in casting the presidential vote. So actually, the presidential vote encourages people to vote for others. Actually, the majority of Kenyans actually are more compelled to cast a vote for the presidential than other seats. Actually, those who will be affected are those who are contesting for the smaller seats. Because if somebody is not going to cast a vote for Raila, he may decide not to go because Raila is not.
So you're actually agreeing with me that it affected,
but not the presidential results.
So
maybe the results for others. Yeah.
But Wanga, just one moment before I come to you and Blake, allow me to answer a question here. Someone is asking, how do I join in the conversation? It's not difficult. This is what you do. There's a link being posted there. It will come from Tembei TV. Click on that link. It will send you directly to a place known as StreamYard. On StreamYard, activate your mic and your camera, and you'll be in the panel. You just click enter, and you'll be in. Okay. Thank you for those who are watching. I'm seeing Kenneth Karanja, you're in. I see the Kenyan translator Ukondani. Obadiah, you are still in. I thank you. And many others who are still sending in with their comment. Martha Uma, I see you. Nick Othiambo, you are there. Patrick Njuguna, and many others. Now, let's continue with the conversation. Blake, you had something to say before I bring in Samamo.
No, I was wondering, first of all, I hope you're all doing fine.
We are well.
Yeah. The question is, the postponement, was it done before the election date or on the election date? That was for some. And if they were done on the election day when the voting had started, because I recall there were some ballots that were found, ballot papers that were found in different regions where they were not supposed to be. Right? Now, for that reason, the elections had to be postponed, right? Now, so vitu kama hizo, we cannot say that it's Chebukati that had to decide which one can be postponed or which one should not be postponed. I believe for the ones that were postponed for legitimate reasons. That being among them, the one that I've just given an example for. Now, if it was on the election date, I believe the voters were already on the ground. So, rightfully said, I believe by Duke, if there are any seats that would have been affected, it would have been the ones that they were postponed, because it would mean not all the people that would have wanted to vote for them on the actual election date would again come to turn out for the elections of the seats that were postponed. That's how I would look for it. So if there was any, yes, there would be some seats that would be affected, but it would not be the presidential vote, just as rightfully said by Duke. The governor's seats of Mombasa and Kakamega would be the ones that would be affected. That's why even if you look at Kakamega, Senator of Kakamega is of UDA. What if the elections were done on the same day? Could Malala possibly have won on the same day? Also, the governorship gone to UDA. So hiyo ndo swali that we should also ask ourselves. So I think it's the other six, not the presidential.
Okay, Sam?
I hear what you're saying. But at the end of the day, turnout was affected.
Yes. For which date is the question? Be precise.
Huh?
Was affected for which one?
Presidential.
No, it would be the other seats, because the ones that were postponed, the people that would have come out on the election date would not be the same, because most of the people, some of them had traveled from far just to go vote on the election date. So now then again telling them that they have been postponed, they have to come back again to vote. That would be almost near impossible for some others. Mtu ameenda ushago kwenda kuvotia mtu wake, alafu inafika hiyo siku anaambiwa imekuwa postponed. Do you expect some of these persons to travel again back again to go vote? It's not possible.
But would it be possible? And this is a question I'm asking you. Would it be possible that these were errors that were intentionally done? Because remember, the same commission assured us that there will be no second copy of Form 34. But those same forms appeared. So could it have been they were intentionally done?
Sorry, sikusikia.
I'm asking, with the commission operating the way it was operating, refusing to release even its audit report on the voters register, with the refusing to release the report on the audit on the voters register.
Tuna bundles za kutosha za kubambanya bwana. Tupe nafasi.
Wacha ninyamaze basi.
Zetu ngine za kubambanya bwana. Tunani imani na sisi bwana.
Kuna mkakati bwana. Sama muuliza swali lake, I think ni haki yake kujibiwa, sio?
No, let him just continue. Let him just continue.
Okay, fine. Okay, sawa.
Okay, msimamo.
Bwana, sisi tulikuwa hatuna internet bwana huku ya Zakayo bwana. Sisi kwa bambanya. Tuoneni imani bwana.
Imani tunayo. Imani ni tunayo, lakini unajua pia lazima tukubaliane, kila mmoja apewe nafasi.
So nchosikia. Kwanza mimi najiuliza swali langu, between a server and nani hiyo inaitwa ni portal. Nani inaitwa portal. Sasa kati ya server na portal, ni gani ambayo hapo ni muhimu zaidi yenye na ukweli? Is it server or portal? Hilo ni swali langu huwa najiuliza sana. Leo nataka wasomi mko hapa mnieleze. Kwa sababu mkizunguka mnasema kwamba is there difference between 34A yenye ilikuwa kwa polling station na ile ilikuwa kwa portal? Sasa is it portal na 34A za kwenye polling station na ile kwenye portal, ndizo za muhimu. Ni nini haswa kiko ndani ya sava na ni nini muhimu wa sava? Hilo ni swali langu la kwanza. La pili,
kwa mara ya kwanza leo ungekuwa karibu ningekupa pambaje. Umeuliza swali nzuri, hata sidhani ni wewe msimamo, but endelea.
La pili nataka nikuulize, niwaulize haswa
Uliza
ili kutangaza matokeo ya urais. Je, is it 34A ndo anafaa nani commission atangaze nayo? Is it 34B ndivyo atangaze nayo? Is it 34(2) of book 2, si book 2 ama ni 34C? Na kama ni 34C, mfano tu, tunachukulia mfano tu, je, Chebukati alikuwa na hiyo kopi? Alikuwa na hiyo kopi? Je, vyama vyenye vilikuwa vinashindana, sio tuseme Azimio, na walikuwa na hiyo kopi? Je, ni jinsi gani alivyotumia, ni njia gani aliyoitumia haswa bwana Chebukati kuweza kuitangaza matokeo kama hakuwa na hiyo 34C? Nijibue hivyo kidogo. Alafu la mwisho kabisa na la tatu, swala na agent. Je, ni jukumu la tume kulinda kura ama ni jukumu la vyama kuwa na majenti kulinda kura? Na ni kwa nini kura zilindwe haswa? Nani watu wanamshuku kwamba anaweza iba kura? Wewe na maana lazima tuweke maagent ndivyo tulinde kura. Ni nani mwenye nafaa kuwa na jukumu la kulinda kura? Je, ni wale wagombezi wa vyama ama ni tume husika ili kuwa na uchaguzi wa huru na haki? Hayo maswali matano nataka nijibiwe.
Okay, kabla tu nimpe mtu wowote kukujibu, asante sana kwa hilo swali. Mimi nitajibu moja tu na sijibu juu hii ni swali neutral ya forms form 34A.
Lakini baba, wewe ni moderator, naona ungefaa kusikiza kwingine, lakini endelea tu.
Najibu juu hii ni kitu naweza Google ama naweza pia post. Nasoma tu, hata sitasema ati ni ya nani ama nani. Kisheria ama process ya kuvote, form 34A ni mahali ambapo baada ya kura kuhesabiwa 1, 2 mpaka mahali zitamalizikia, yule ambaye ni poll officer ambaye ana preside over hapo kwa poll, kuna polling station ama polling center ambayo after hapo hizo kura zikisha kusanyishwa zinajumuishwa kwa karatasi fulani. Karatasi ya kwanza ambayo inajumuishiwa ndio inaitwa 34A. So hiyo 34A baada ya kukusanywa, kwa mfano kama tunaongelea Nairobi, kuna so many polling stations. Kila polling station itakuwa na form 34A. Idadi kamili ni zaidi ya 46,000 polling stations will have form 34A. Tukitoka hapo wanarudi wanajumuisha sasa, from that polling station we go to constituency level. Constituency level, that is where we have now form 34B. Hapa ndio tuko na returning officer kwa level ya constituency. Now, from 34B rather, hii ndio inapelekwa Bomas. Sasa ndio tunaongelea kuhusu constituency 291 including the diaspora. So hao wanakusanya form 34B ambao inapelekewa Chebukati ama wale ambao wanafanya jumuisho la kura ama na hiyo hesabu. Baada ya kujumuisha hizo constituency zote 290, na hizo ndio Cherera walikuwa wanatangaza, hapo ndipo tunakuja tunaandika jumla ya kura ya fulani alipata kura zote zinakuwa hivi, na hiyo sasa ndio National Returning Officer anatangaza ambao ni form 34C. So inaanzia pale kwa polling station, huyo returning officer anajaza form 34A, anapeleka constituency, anajaza form 34B, inaenda nationally, inaenda kwa National Returning Officer ambaye ni Chebukati aliyekuwa. So yeye ndio anatangaza form 34C. So hiyo ndio stages.
Shikilia hapo ndio nijenge hoja yangu ya kuuliza hilo swali langu. kwa maana nilikuwa
Kulikuwa na hizo
nimejenga
maswali
hivi.
zingine, si kama kwanza ungekubali zijibiwe.
Kidogo tu kidogo, maana wewe umesema utajibu hilo alafu lingine tutajibu baadaye, ili kusudi pia nataka wewe mwenyewe asoni jibu. Nadhani katika kabla Chebukati atoke kulikuwa na mahojiano. Kuna wakili fulani alimuuliza hilo swali. Nadhani kama utakuwa na hiyo clip itakuwa bora zaidi, tusikie mwenyewe Chebukati kwa sauti yake, haswa alipoulizwa hilo swali la kuhusiana na 34 form 34C ambao ndo anafaa kutangaza nayo matokeo. Na alizungumza wazi kabisa kwamba sikuwa nayo wala haikuwepo, but matokeo tayari yalikuwa niko nayo mahali, kwamba yalikuwa yamejumuishwa tayari mahali, lakini hakukuwa na hizo 34C. Je, huoni kwamba kulikuwa na virigiza ndani, kulikuwa na mipango fulani ndani? Kwa sababu kihilali kama ulivyotangulia kueleza, ni vyema kabisa, ni hivyo hivyo kabisa kwamba 34C ndio inajumuisha matokeo yote, na ndio naofaa kwamba kama yeye kama chama ni kuenda kutangaza pale. Lakini yeye mwenyewe katika mahojiano haswa alipoulizwa haswa ni wakili na msahau tu, hakuwa na hiyo 34C ya kuweza kutangaza matokeo. Je, nini kilipelekea atangaze kabla hajajumuisha masuala yote, matokeo yote, na kuweza kuorodhesha katika hiyo form 34C na kuweza kutoa hizo copies?
Of the results. And remember, Chairman, you're the chairman of IEBC.
Yes.
And you know the meaning of results is not the results of a screen. That's not what the law says. So is it your position still that Marjan gave every commissioner the results?
He handed over to me, then I passed copies to all the commissioners.
You said a copy to each commissioner. Is that your position, Chairman?
Yeah, every commissioner was given a copy.
Copy of the results?
Copy
how many
of
pages?
the
Each
results.
commissioner was given how many pages of results?
How many?
Pages of results.
There was one from 34C. We printed one copy of about 450 pages or thereabouts.
Yeah.
And then the summarized version of the results.
So what copy did you, you said you gave a commissioner each copy. You know that's English. You gave a commissioner each commissioner a copy. So what copy did you give to each commissioner?
What copy?
Yes, it's a summary.
The summarized copy.
The 3-page copy.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to get you the copy. It's actually in the affidavit, but I want to give you the copy. You see it? It's a 3-page copy. Give him this one. Just confirm to the tribunal that this is the copy each commissioner was given. Is that the copy, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, this is the one.
That's the one.
Yep.
So just let him have it. Look at just look at the information. Just tell the tribunal what the
we better
information
be
is.
guided the page where that is.
Oh no, it's okay. It's in the affidavit. It's you said yes, in the affidavit of one day. Is it one day? I'll give you just in a minute, Peter. Chairman, sorry, we're taking our time, but this is crucial because it's actually what's important for. It's volume 2, page 157. Mr. Chairman, yeah. So, what is in the first column, like you'll see county name. So basically, this entire report is a summary of the counties only.
All the counties.
47 counties.
Yes. And then there's also diaspora after the 47 counties, which includes prisoners.
But the Elections Act, as relating to Form 334C, what's the information supposed to be contained in Form 34C?
Form 34C is a summation of all the results from the polling station. That's Form 34A is what translates into 34C.
So 34C in the law has 40, how many polling stations?
46,229 polling stations. That's
And-
what we had in...
And 290 constituencies and 47 counties.
yes,
So it's basically what you're saying. It's about 400, 500 pages
yes,
document.
yes.
So the law says Form 34C is supposed to be 500 pages. But here you're telling us that a 3-page document, which is a summary of counties only, is Form 34C. And you've been maintaining throughout in your affidavit and in your evidence in the morning.
The Form 34C, which was printed, is over 400 pages, 450 pages. This is a summation of the document for purpose of discussion by the
Chairman, you know, we began
the
by you
commissioners.
telling us
Yes.
compliance of the law is important, Chairman, and that's why I'm insisting. You've told us compliance of the law, and you've said that Commissioner Irene Masid broke the law. And I'm telling you now, the law is clear on what Form 34C is. Is that Form 34C, Chairman?
This is part of Form 34C.
No,
it's
no, I'm
a
saying
summary
no.
of 34C.
Okay, msimamo nimejaribu kucheza kidogo. I hope hujapotea na bundles.
And I assisted him in setting up his law firm. So but I now know that Kibet...
Ukibukua na mimi nilikuwa nabukua kwa sababu tujenge hoja hapa katika hiyo Form 34C, kwa sababu nilihisi kuna utata fulani kutokana kwa hakuwa anajiamini haswa na hiyo 34C. So labda pengine hebu tujenge hoja upande wako, then nitarudi tu kwako kwa hilo silo swala na jinsi ulivyocheza hiyo video, alafu niambie hapo nini haswa kilikuwa kinajiri.
Okay. Labda mimi sijui kama nijibu juu niambia mimi ni moderator, lakini ninajibu.
Ulijitika, hilo ni lako. Alafu mtu mweusi black, lakini si mtu mweusi kweli. Huu ni wa kwetu. Atajibu.
Acha tuanze na black alafu nitafuata.
Hiyo tu kwanza, nijibu lako kwanza kindly please.
Okay, mtazamo na what was happening kwa hiyo video, Chebukati was put to task to explain the issues of Form 34C, and he was told to kind of come out and say what the stages and to which we end up having Form 34C. Of course, kuna some contradictions, and I don't know if the lawyer was able to pick that. If you read what I've pasted, and actually if you go to the constitution and the nini of IEBC, it's not the counties, it should be the constituencies. So he talks of 47 counties, yet it's supposed to be 290. So either ni wao walikuwa wanachanganya maneno, I'm not sure. I don't want to put words. In any case, I'm just moderating. So allow me not to.
Hebu acha niulize Sami Otuka na nani kuhusiana hiyo video, ndugu zangu, na 34C. Hebu katika mtazamo wenu, ndugu zangu, mmoja wenu hebu anisaidie hapo kidogo.
From the look of things, I think according to the law is constituency. And what was happening is that one, what the lawyer was trying to prove, from my understanding, number one, it is incomplete. Number two, alipatiana summary instead of giving the comprehensive list of the document 34C. That is my understanding of the whole conversation. Incomplete, alafu alipatiana summary, hakupatiana the full document as expected by the law.
Okay. Cornela Chuka.
According to me, Chebukati alianza kuharibu hiyo kitu from the word go. Unasikia anaulizwa how many pages? Na yeye amekuja akapatana 3 pages. Ni what tutasema anasema hapo. So Chebukati alianza kufanya hii maneno ya propaganda kitambo. Si saa hiyo. Hata ile forms ambayo aliannounce now presidential hizo manini zote hazikukuwa zimetosha. Hata pako amemaliza kuhesabu.
Black,
Jamani, hebu tuache hapo kwa sababu nilitaka kujenga hoja ili hawa ndugu zangu wasione sisi tukupiga propaganda wala tuongozwe na propaganda na uongo. Tunaeleza real facts. Kwa hivyo ni ishara wazi kwamba hapa kulikuwa na utepetevu, hapa kulikuwa na virigiza. Katika hii jinsi alivyotangaza matokeo kulikuwa there must be hidden secret invitation, lakini wacha tuache, labda nijibu haya maswali yangu matatu na mimi nifunge virago niende tu, lakini nilikuwa nataka kujenga hoja hapo. Tuachane na huku kudanganyana hapa.
Aha. Black, swali lilikuwa la kwanza ni tofauti ya poto na sava ni ipi ya muhimu, which kulingana na msimamo ni kama hivyo ndo alikuwa anauliza. Ni shida iliingililia wapi na ni ipi ya dhamana na ni wapi kunafaa kuzingatiwe zaidi? Sijui kama hivyo ndo msimamo uliuliza. Najaribu tu kukumbuka swali lako.
Kabisa. Yaani nimeuliza hivi, kati ya sava na hiyo portal sawa sawa, ni gani inaaminika zaidi? Is it portal ama sava? Na kama ni portal tujue ndio ambayo kwa sababu ndio mnasema inaambatana 34 A iliyo katika polling station. So ina maana kwamba sava itakuwa haina shida kubwa vile, hatuwezi nani zaidi kwa sababu haina thamani. Portal ndo ambayo tunaweza iweka kipaumbele zaidi. Maana kwanza ni rahisi ku access. Tunataka kuelewa between server na portal ni gani ambayo inaaminika zaidi. Is it portal ama server?
I believe zote ni muhimu kwa ajili
aje Black.
Ndio hivi ndo nataka kueleza. Yote ni muhimu kwa sababu gani? Number one, ni muhimu kwanza kujua vile server ina operate na portal ina operate ndio pate kuelewa. Sasa server ni mahali ambapo huwa habari, information ama data inakuwa stored. Najaribu kulainisha hicho Kiswahili. Ni mahali ambapo hii data inawekwa. Unafahamu? Main source. Ni kama unanielewa kwa Kiswahili, najaribu kufanya kwa Kiswahili.
Nakupata vizuri kaka.
Ndio. Sasa kwa mfano tunaweza kuwa na point moja ama kompyuta moja ambayo sasa ina habari ya vitu vyote kunihusu mimi, kukuhusu wewe, kuhusu Jack, kuhusu kila kitu. Sawa? Hiyo ndio main server tumewekelea hapo. Alafu sasa kuna kompyuta zingine kando kule ubavuni ambapo mtu pengine akitaka kujua kupata habari yoyote ama kuchukua data yoyote kutuhusu sisi ambao tumewekelewa kwenye ile main computer ambayo ndo tumeiita jina server, anaweza kupata ile habari kutoka kwa kompyuta yoyote ile aliyoko kule kutokana na ile connection ambayo imewekwa ambayo ndio ile main computer ambayo tunaita server yenye habari zote ama data yote. Sijui kama nifahamu mpaka hapo.
Hapo nimekupata, labda pengine nichukulie mfano.
Sasa ndo maana nasema mahali ulipo ili mradi uweze kupata ile data yako ama unaoitafuta kutoka kwa ile server lazima utype in. Kwa mfano nataka kujua fulani kwa Jex, tunaita query. You're querying. Yani kuuliza swali, you're querying kwa Kizungu. Sasa that is where now the portal, the portal was supposed to be doing, just sending queries. You are asking from the server the information you want to find out. For example, nataka kujua kura za mahali fulani zilikuwa ngapi, una query. Query yani ni kutuma swali mahali fulani unapewa. So la msingi lenye actual data ni server. So kwa mfano iwapo unataka kupata ukweli wote uko pale kwa server, ila ile portal is just a mirror of what is there in the server. Ni kioo, ni kama vile ukisimama mbele ya kioo unauliza ile mbele ya kioo ndo muhimu ama kile kioo ndo muhimu? Nasema vyote ni muhimu, maana kile kioo kinakuonesha vile wewe ulivyo. Sasa zingine wanasema kioo kinadanganya, kinakufanya uonekane mrembo zaidi kuliko jinsi ulivyo kihalisia, sio ndivyo wanavyosema watu wengi.
Hebu shikilia tu hapo hapo, yani
lakini mwisho wa siku kile kioo, ile reflection inatoka pale ni wewe tu, sio?
Okay, shikilia tu hapo hapo kimbio kakaangu Black. Yani ina maana ni sawa tu na mfumo huu wa Safaricom, kwa mfano huu tu wa kutuma pesa, kwamba labda pengine unaweza tumia message, unaweza ituma ukatengeneza mambo yako mengine, lakini wakati mfano unataka kuaccess direct kwa mfano ni kufuatilia kwa mfano swala zima la mfumo wako wa pesa, basi Safaricom itakupa tu ile the real data yako, ile pesa uliyotumia masaa fulani yenye ameingia pale, jinsi ulivyoitoa, itakupa ukitaka kuaccess, si ndio?
Statement kwa ufupi.
Lakini message inaweza forward kwako na nikafanya yangu, nikaandika kivyangu, lakini bado nikaituma, lakini nikitaka kuipata uhakika lazima niingie kabisa ili ni draw hiyo statement nzima kwa Safaricom, si ndio? Ili kuweza kuhakiki kabisa, kwa sababu na imani kwamba haibadiliki kiwa ndani ya Safaricom, haiwezi badilika, si ndivyo?
Sasa basi umetoa mfano.
Kama unaelewa hapo.
Nimekuelewa.
Alafu nikimaliza tu ili nimalize submission yangu, kuna hatia gani nikisema ni kweli uliniambia kwamba kuna portal sawa, lakini nataka tuangalie ndani ya server kile kiko ndani ya server ili tuwafiki zaidi, kwa sababu hapo ndo kwenye nyungu kabisa. Je, kuna hatia gani kufungua server kuangalia ili kuhakiki, ili Mkenya apate kujua ukweli? Kuna hasara gani ama kuna kosa gani ama kuna kizuizi gani, wakati server ni kitu ambacho tumekinunua, tumekileta kwa ushuru wetu, ni mwananchi amekileta, na ndio nyungu ambayo tunaiamini, maana ndio kila kitu. Mbona tusiweze funguliwa tukaiona? Nini kinazuia hapo haswa?
Basi hata umetoa mfano mzuri sana, hata nimeona kama hata kueleza kwangu hata hakukuwa na maana zaidi kushinda ile ambayo mfano uliotoa Safaricom kutoa statement. Sasa unapokwenda kwenye agent pale, unataka kutoa statement yako ya M-Pesa kwa mfano, zile transactions zote ulizofanya mwezi mzima, ile sasa ni kama portal vile ilivyokuwa inafanya, lakini main server ya Safaricom ile ndio iko na data yote hiyo statement yako. So ile unapata ile statement ya vile ulivyopokea pesa, ulivyotuma pesa, ulivyopokea pesa, ulivyotuma pesa, pale popote ulipo, hata kutoka kwa simu yako, hivyo ndo kama tu vile portal ilivyokuwa kifanya. So hiyo habari yote inatoka kutoka kwenye server ya Safaricom. Ndio it's a similar thing as what was happening na ile portal ya IBC. Lakini la msingi, kitu ambacho pengine ningelipendelea kusikia zaidi kutoka kwenu ni swali la kuuliza, huenda ikawa kuna uwezekano wa nyinyi kupata fursa ya kuweza kuhesabu zile kura tena. Kama ingelikuwa hapo, hilo ndo swali ambapo mmeliuliza, lingekuwa na uzito zaidi hilo kuliko ile saba. Kama kungelikuwa na uwezekano nyinyi kuuliza swali hilo, je, kuna uwezekano tunaweza hesabu 34A?
Unajua Black,
manake server si ya IBC, lakini zile form zile ambazo zilijazwa na zile kura ni za IBC, makaratasi hapo mpaka leo.
Server kama si IBC wala haikuwa na tija zaidi, kwamba labda pengine turudi katika suala zima la kuhesabu kura, kakaangu Black. Server ilipata nini Kenya kama pengine si ya muhimu vile, kwamba labda pengine tuweza ichukulia sana, kwa sababu kwanza si yetu, ni ya wenyewe hiyo server. Kwetu ilipata nini kama si yetu, wala haina mchango mkubwa kwetu? Kwa nini ilikuwa hapa katika suala zima la mfumo wa kura ya gazeti?
Kulingana na koti ile inaitwaje, Supreme Court ile ya juu, mahakama ya juu kabisa, walisema kwamba ni bora kulingana na ile uchaguzi uliokuwa umepita mbeleni. Juu ulikuwa na 2013 vile, wakasema kwamba ulikuwa na 2013 ama ulikuwa ni upi, wakasema kwamba ni muhimu sana IBC waweze kuhusisha kando na kufanya uchaguzi kwenye makaratasi, yani physical, ni bora pia wakiunganisha ama wakihusisha teknolojia kwa uchaguzi. Hapo ndo swala la mambo ya kama zile KMS kit ikatokea, unaona. Baadaye wakaja wakasema ndo ili mambo iwe transparent, ule uchaguzi uonekane transparent, iwe ni mtu awe ana uwezo palipopote alipo duniani kuweza kuaccess ile information ya kwamba kura pande gani imepigwa vipi. Ndo IBC wakaamua waje na huu mfumo mpya wa kuweza kuwa mtu anaweza kuaccess portal kwenye internet na for transparency, na ajue pengine polling station fulani kura zimepigwa zimekuwa ngapi.
I think the question is asking.
Naweza wasaidia kidogo. Naweza wasaidia kidogo.
Just 1 minute.
Yes.
The question he's asking is not that. The question he is asking, if we are using taxpayers' money to get all this equipment, kwa sababu unajua, if IEBC has contracted smart something to provide a service, it means that they should be able to access. This is taxpayer money. But how is it helping us if we are denied information from those servers? That is what he's asking. It's not why we have this situation.
You know, Domana, you know, there's one thing, wanasemanga where your right begins is where someone else's ends, and where someone else's ends is where the other one's begins. We should understand that the Smartmatic, as much as we hired them, they have the intellectual right of that actual technology. You should understand that.
Black,
so hata uende koti gani, uende hata koti gani duniani.
Simu yangu inaisha moto. Acha niulize Black kitu moja alafu niende. Acha niulize Black moja niende. Acha niulize Black moja niende.
Sijakupata vizuri. Sijakupata vizuri Black.
Ochuka sema.
Nasema unaona Black, ukifanya mauaji alafu nichukue simu yangu nipige picha venye unaua, si ndio? Alafu nitumie Sam aende nayo kotini aseme aliona mtu fulani akiua. Do you know hiyo si evidence ya kutosha? Kwa sababu simu ambayo imepiga hiyo picha ikukuwa ya Sam. Simu ambayo ilipiga hiyo picha ilikuwa ya Cornell, si ndio? Serials ni za Cornell, si ndio? Pictures ni za Cornell, sivyo? Nikitransfer kwa Sam, hiyo kesi na means hauna evidence ya kutosha. Na tena venye nasema, kama simu ni yangu inafaa niseme niliona hiyo mauaji saa fulani, wakati fulani, tarehe fulani, month fulani, year fulani. Which Sam hana hizo information na nimetumia Sam hiyo picha. Unaona sasa Sam anaenda kotini na picha lakini hana information ilifanyika lini, wapi, which year, which month. So kitu ambaye unasikia nini nani anauliza hapa ni kitu important lakini haujibu Black vizuri. Bado unamienda. Na hiyo server, unajua server ikifunguliwa ndio utapata ni kenye nasema ni simu yangu sasa. Simu yangu ndio ilipiga picha. And that is what tunasikia watu Azimio wanasema, Raila anasema. Server ikifunguliwa tutajua ni simu gani ilipiga ile picha ya mauaji ikatumia sana. Unaona?
Kuna swali Ochuka ambalo tumeliuliza sana na nimemsikia ndugu yetu Duke pia aliuliza hapa awali kwamba kwa zile karatasi zote zilizoko pale ni ipi ilikuwa tofauti na ile kwa portal. Unajua ndo uje useme kuna mambo yalibadilishwa. Lazima kuna kitu ambacho unakifananisha nacho. Ndio maana nikauliza. Nisikilize, ndio maana nikauliza nikasema ingelikuwa la uzito zaidi kuwasikia mkisema tunaomba zile kura aidha zihesabiwe tena zote kwa ujumla ama zile form 34A zote zitolewe. Manake kura huwa zinapigwa kwenye makaratasi si kwenye server. Sasa kuanzia pale kwa zile makaratasi zikihesabiwa hesabu zile.
Black.
Unajua Kenya
Black.
tumepiga
Black.
kura mingi. Kenya tumepiga
Black.
kura mingi na tujaipiga na
Black,
saa,
kwanza
tujaipiga na
ukumbuke,
hiyo mfumo. Kenya tumepiga
kaka
kura.
Ochuka.
Kenya tumepiga kura. Kenya tumepiga kura na tujaipiga na hiyo mfumo. Sasa hiyo mfumo venye ilikuja pia ni mfumo ambayo ukiangalia ni mfumo ambayo anybody can access and manipulate. Apart from that, we have people who have papers. Unakumbuka before 20 election kuna watu walikuja kutoka airport, walikuwa na serial numbers za almost 16 counties na walikuwa na badge na makompyuta za IBC ku access server za 16 counties. Unakumbuka hizo vitu? Unakumbuka hizo vitu? Na sasa hizi hizo mistakes ambayo tuliignore, tulikuwa tunaona news, tukiignore ndio ile vitu zinafanyika kwa mahakama. Mahakama inatudanganya. Mahakama na IBC wanatudanganya. Waseme tu kweli.
Now that you say that the servers can be manipulated, right? Just recently, your leader said that they had ethical hackers. Watu walienda kahack. Now, how credible would the server be at this point, just as you've said, kwamba zinaweza kuwa manipulated, that the data that is there right now is credible? Ndo maana anasema aje, iwapo kama kuna utatanishi, la msingi zaidi vile ulivyosema, since unasema server inaweza kuwa manipulated, la msingi tuitishe zile karatasi zihesabiwe tena.
But you also forget that
Isn't
there's what we call electronic footprint. Anytime
Listen.
you access your computer or a server, inakupatia electronic footprint.
Ochuka's just mainly yes, correct. Yes. Now, during the Supreme Court hearing, there was supervised access that were given to the agents of the people that had brought their petitions in court. And I believe if we would have had the right time, I don't know if Jakes does, he can find the extracts of those, video extracts of those, and play them right here.
But I remember they came out and claimed hawakupewa. Walikuja clearly wakaita conference.
Jakes amesema kuna atacheza. Jakes amesema atacheza.
Therefore state that this cannot be from the same server that ran the just concluded general election. And the image of the server was not provided. The further major observation we make, the KIMS kit was not availed for scrutiny to establish the availability of the embedded scanner application that would verify the image format. So the IBC declined to avail the system documentation. I go on. There was very disturbing evidence of log deletions from the IBC server that was availed, in part, partially availed. These deletions occurred on the 6th of August 2022, which is 2 days before the contested election. We observe that, surprisingly, the registrar's report at page 21, issue number 5, indicates that there were no deletions. We think this is a mistake. It should be looked into. The effect of the deletions, we can upload that. It's on the screen now, that we were able to get from IBC, indicates that, and this is image marked 15, that at the material time, foreigners, including Ogudino, Vito, J. Carmago, Josio, were operating the system. Those are 5 foreign individuals. If a forensic image of the server is availed, details of what was deleted would certainly be established. The other major observation, IBC refused to provide a security walkthrough to highlight key security controls to determine whether Form 34A could be tampered with during transmission at what point. So we hit a dead end, contrary to what their counsel repeatedly says. They are transparent, it's available. They're even giving the court, donating to the court KIMS kits to look through. Finally, or well, not finally, IBC refused to grant access to the forensically imaged servers. Instead, the server administrator projected the vSphere which is the Virtual Server Application Management System, on the whiteboard to demonstrate the access to the servers. The vSphere indicates that the virtual RTS server was created and modified on the 31st of August at 2022. In effect, no information from a server was provided to show what happened during the 2022 general election. Number 11, a couple of manuals were provided, or bundles of documents. We'd like to point out that of interest to the court would be that at page 77 of one of the manuals titled Information and Communication Technology ICT Policy, at page 77 and 78 is a list of 77, a list of 41 individuals, starting with Dixon Kwanusu, and second one Abdi Dahir Abdi Malim, who are described at the top of the page as national returning officers, an office unknown to the law or the Constitution. I would request that the court takes note of that in particular. And paragraph 14, on the 1st of September 2022, the deadlock over the servers was finally came to a head when IBC wrote to the Registrar of the Supreme Court enclosing a letter dated 31st August 2022 from Smartmatic International BV, the same company that Camargo comes from, enclosing in which the letter states, amongst other reasons, the image of the NTC servers containing software owned and copyrighted by Smartmatic and thus IB protected. Providing full access would infringe our intellectual property rights. That brought to the end that matter. Smartmatic, Camargo, whoever they are, wherever they are from, have indicated that they will block and refuse access to the servers completely. I then move to the images. Certain images were shared by IBC. I'm not certain that they were aware of what they were serving. There was always a staff that seemed quite unqualified in whatever they were doing. They couldn't operate the systems or pretended they couldn't, but they did share image number 6. The first image I showed was the image of deletions, but the one I would like to focus on in this very limited time is image number 6, which is several, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of logs. The logs are from the RTS server, results transmission system, on various days leading up to and after the election date of the 9th. In particular, 15th July 2022 to the 16th of August 2022. And I must apologize to bring the bad news not only to this court, but to the entire Republic, that those logs contain active participation of foreigners on the results transmission systems of IBC from the 15th to the 16th of August, 15th of July to the 16th of August 2022. Their names are Vito, Josio, that is the names identified in these logs, Josio, Ogudino, Sisiva, Provisio, and Jacamargo. The copies I provided to the court are much clearer, and you can see their names, you can see the times, and of interest, and I will only highlight certain entries, only the longest entries. I will start by saying those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals, foreigners, in the Immigration Act they are also referred to as aliens, accessed this server 180 times or thereabouts. The longest being Camargo on the 8th of August 2022, Josio let me deal with the time. Josio, on the 9th of August 2022, which is the election day, for 1 hour 32 minutes. Ogudino on the 11th of August 2022, 2 hours 54 minutes. Ogudino again on the 11th of August, 3 hours 16 minutes. Ogudino on the 14th of August 2022 for 2 hours. Ogudino on the 4th of August again, 1 hour 57 minutes. And then the 16th of August, Ogudino, 1 hour 1 minute. I close by saying, what a mess, what a mess.
Okay, when you listen to that clip, it's what Azimio was saying. I'm about to play what IBC and Kenya Kwanza was saying, but before that, it's I don't know who had asked that. Msimamo there, I think there is where Ishia Saba iliingilia. There is where tumeona they were bringing in those loggings. They presented it as their case. Hadi hapo tuko sawa msimamo?
Mimi hata haya mambo yote haya mnapeleka, mlikuwa mnaenda mbali na jinsi ambavyo nilikuwa na uliza swali langu na kulijengea hoja.
Si kwa swali,
kwa sababu yote haya yamekuwa kwa koti hapa kote, kila mwamba ngoma anavutia upande wake, lakini kisha siku tunabaki sisi wananchi kutaka kujua ukweli. Umenielewa? These are lawyers. Walikuwa pande zote mbili, kuna IBC walikuwa na wao, wana wetu. Fine. Hayo ni mambo alikuwa kodi, lakini turudi haswa katika uhasilia wa mambo haswa kusana hii sawa, kwa sababu ni ushuru wetu. Haijakuja hapa bure hapa Kenya. Ililetwa kwa pesa zetu. Sasa langu ni moja tu. Kama yote ni tisa kwamba kulikuwa na uaminifu, kusiwa na uaminifu wakati huo wa kesi, hayo tuachane nayo. Turudi tusu katika hasilia ya yetu haswa. Nikitaka kupata ripoti yangu haswa ya statement yangu ya pesa kwa Safaricom na naipata tu na hainidanganyi. Kwa maana hiyo ni kwamba sava hii ndio tunaiamini kwamba ilibeba uzito wote wa uchaguzi.
Kwa mtasari
mbona inakuwa ngumu? Mbona inakuwa ngumu kuweza kuiangalia mwananchi ashuhudie ule ukweli kwamba huyu kapita kihalali na huyu ni muongo na huyu anamuonea mwenzake? Mbona isieko wazi? Mbona kuna kwa kizungumkuti? Na mwisho pia nikimaliza hapo nikimalizia tu utaniuliza, nikimalizia tu hapo nadhani pia katika hiyo hali hiyo, katika hapo tukurudi hapo katika swala lako la koti, wao waliokuwa na hii kampuni walitoa barua yao wakasema ni kweli hatuwezi fungua hii server kwa sababu hii server iko na security ya watu, iko na mambo mengi ambayo si sawa kuweza kufungua, kwa hivyo hatuwezi fungua. Wakakataa. Kile kilichopelekea kukataa kufunguliwa kwa hiyo server kilikuwa ni nini? Kwa sababu haya mambo yote tunazungumzia hapa ni kuvutana tu, lakini ukweli wa mambo uko ndani ya server. Mbona isifunguliwe tukajua kweli? Asanteni. Yangu alikuwa hayo.
Ungesikiza hiyo clip hata ungechangia hata vizuri zaidi ya venye umesema, kwa maana Murgo hapo alikuwa anatuonyesha jinsi ambavyo Carmalgo aliinterfere na elections. In fact alisema alikuwa anaeleza ni muda gani aliingia kwa server, ni dakika ngapi alikaa kwa server, ni nani na nani aliingia kwa server. That is what he was trying to explain. So as we were playing it, I was hoping you will be able to pick that what happened during the court session was Philip Mulgo, senior counsel, was trying to explain what happened. So he was trying to say that there were people who had access to the server. So that was the point he was bringing home. So he was able to bring in loggings, na anasema kwa hiyo yenye aliweza kutoa wengi hawakuwa wameona. In fact hata IBC alikuwa anasema iliwakuta kama surprise, jo hakujua kama Azimio waliweza ku get those access. So he was saying that one, hivi ndivyo tumeona, na hivi kulingana na udadisi wetu tumeona ya kwamba kulikuwa na zaidi ya mtu mmoja ambaye alikuwa na access to the server. Sijui hadi hapo kama tuko pamoja Blake.
Mimi niko na statement rais.
Uko sawa? Okay.
I have a simple statement.
Sema tu
hata mkitoa Jose wacha tu niseme, hata mkitoa huyu jamaa wa sava, wale watu walijaza form 34A na form 34B na ile boxes zilifunguliwa pale kotini because watu wa Azimio waliulizwa swali rahisi, unashuku area gani? Wakapoint hiyo box ililetwa na ikafunguliwa na what was in that 4A, that 4B waka verify, hakuna box hata moja ilileta swali. Point number 2, wacheni na mambo ya komako na sava na nini. Mbona wasichukue wale returning officers walete form na walete kitu iko kwa box na walete yenye walitangaza? What is the issue of this server? Yet people walikuwa na hard copy kwa mkono. Returning officer alikuwa na hard copy kwa mkono. IBC in kotini wamepatiana hard copy. What is the use of the server then? Kwa sababu kama uko na issue na server, suleme mtupatie ile hard copies kutoka counties. Wale watu walisign pale wakuja wa verify, is this your signature yenye ile sign? Sio, nilikuwa kitu simple sana.
Sasa
another point, Komago, mujue kitu, mnataka mujue kitu issue about server, the principles ambayo ina govern server. Server ni kama hosting point.
Okay.
Kama wewe unalipa hosting for 1 year, iki expire my friend, wezi access your server. Uliza wale watu ambao wameregister makampuni. You have to pay afresh for you to continue to get services. Na hapo nyuma nilikumbuka Chebukati akisema the payment for that server cooperate kurun throughout, mkifanya assessment mnataka ni pesa. Na mlikuwa mnaongelea mambo ya taxpayers money. Mnaelewa? So hiyo server unless museme ilipiwe afresh, or there is no need yet, kuna copies. Kwani sahi tukisema watu wangapi walikuwa returning officer, wako mpaka sahi. Ile results walikuwa nao wanajua mpaka sahi, it is fresh in their minds. Aya, hiyo form 34C ya Chebukati, from 34B, from 34A, zote ziko in hard copy. And people can go one by one na waseme hii results ilikuwa ukweli. Then another thing, hakuna mtu alikuja akaleta issue vile moderator alikuwa anasema. Nobody brought up an issue ya kwamba form 34A ilikuwa na issue. Hapo ndio tungeanzia kesi. And to make a summary, wewe ukienda kotini uchapwe teni, haufai hata uamushe kesi tena. Nothing like that. Umepewa opportunity ya kujitetea from day 1 to day mpaka wanaleta roli mzima. You cannot defeat a case. It is very shameful bado kwende kwa barabara. Very shameful.
Okay.
Hizo masiku zote unataka kusema nini? Alafu kitu ingine. Azimio, nimalizie tu point moja.
Kidogo tu, dakika moja, ili umalizie. Okay. Nimecheza one side of that part. Unajua ni vizuri kuwa fair. So nimecheza jinsi Philip Murgo alifanya na akasema na akaonyesha jinsi ilikuwa tampered. Let's hear what truly IBC said about what Philip Murgo said, because in a court of law it's good to listen to both sides, ndio?
Yeah, I've sent, I don't know, I sent you a clip, I don't know if you found it.
Ndio hiyo inacheza.
Will make the presentation for us.
Thank you, Senior.
Repeat your name for us.
Dennis Nkarichia. Okay. Nkarichia. If I may proceed, my lady.
Yes, please.
I would like to refer the court only to 2 documents generated by the registrar. There is a list of annexures that has R1 and runs for 42 pages, and there's a big report of page 1 to 178 that covers the entire report. My lady, I'll take you to page 15 of the registrar's report, which provides a table to determine whether the IEBC complied with the scrutiny orders. On the issue of ICT, my ladies, I'll do order 1, 2, 3, and 4. My lord and senior Mr. Wetangula will deal with the rest of the orders. My lady, for order 1, we fully complied, save for providing the owners of system administration password. The order issued by the court had a security exception, but if it was determined it was too risky to provide something, we were to object and provide an explanation. My ladies, my lords, we objected because those persons once identified, their personal security could not be guaranteed in any way. And that explanation was accepted by everybody. The rest of the documentation that Senior Counsel Mugo said were not provided, my lady, that report says they were provided. The password policy is number 1, the password matrix is number 2, the system users and level access is number 4. Those documents, my lady, were provided, and the registrar noted the same. On the second order, my lady, the one about the server, my lady, I'll come back to it, but there's only one server. Senior Learned Counsel, Mr. Mugo, was economical with the truth, and I will develop it in the responses and queries raised by his agent, Mr. George, who is identified in the annex that the registrars provided. Mr. George is in R2, and he appears as George Joroge, the 13th person in that list. George Joroge, he assigned, he was his agent. So, my lady, access was provided to the server, and indulge me, I read something that was noted by the registrar on page 17, supervised access. Agents were granted supervised access to the live server through an interactive session. All their concerns and questions were exhaustively answered through querying of server for logs, not by mouth, not by explanation, by their own queries to the server. My lords, my lady, I was there. Mr. George, for the petitioners, dictated specific queries. They were run in the system, and he was completely satisfied. That is the registrar's comment, not the IEBC's comment. As such, the statement that they were denied access is factually inconsistent with the registrar's remarks. Secondly, my lady, the demo of the IEBC system architecture, the theory is proven by the registrar. IEBC provided a demo of their election infrastructure for agents to understand. We were not doing it in vacuum, my lords, my ladies. I will leave the comment on the server, my lords, my ladies, for later on. I will now just show compliance. On order 3, from the registrar's report, my lords, my ladies, it was fully complied. You can look at the remarks by the registrar, and it says provided. And critically is the penetration test, what is known as the pen test, under the election technology regulations, regulation 10 and 11, but Senior Mugo said was not provided. My lady, I'll take you to page 18 and 19. Supreme Court Order 3, penetration test reports prior. IEBC provided report on internal network and infrastructure vulnerability and assessment, and certificate of penetration were provided to the applicant and the first respondent. Volume 2, page 1 to 51. It's not a theory. A document was granted, and it had 51 pages. My lady, on Order 4, I can confirm we personally filed under seal all partnership agreements with the court, and the registrar notes as much. So, my lady, contrary to the assertion provided in public by counsel, we fully complied. And the only issue we never complied was partnership agreement provided to court under seal. And the issue of server, yesterday at 1:02 p.m., the court and all parties were issued with a forensic image of Form 34C had delivered and by email, my lords, my ladies. That was compliant. And it had a hash key. And it had a certificate of forensic evidence generated by Martin Nyaga. There is a certificate in court, my lords, my ladies, that the hash key was provided. So rather than move to generalization at a granular level, we can prove we fully complied with the orders on ICT. Now, I'll pick issues on the party interrogation into the system. And I want to pick issue 1, it's by George. The same George, I said, is an agent of Mr. Mugo and is proven by the registrar's report R2, the person under 13, for Madva Wangari Karua, George Joroge, and Musa Omondi. That is the George. He asks, wanted to know the user who logged in on 12 August 2022 at 001 hours. I will take you to R9. It's the registrar's report. I have not filed anything in reference to this, my lords, my ladies. And it shows there was no user. It's the registrar's report. I'm not going to give an interpretation. And I will say the comment under by the registrar, a review of access logs did not show the user or any suspicious activity. The registrar was represented by an IT technical team. So it did not even request us to lobby the registrar, explain to the registrar. The IT team confirmed for itself. My lords, my ladies, they said there was suspicious activity between various dates. I'll take you to comment 4 by George Njoroge. Agent wanted audit logs for user root during the election period. Logs were retrieved from 8th August to 29th August 2022, the day before the election and the day before we did the exercise. There was no suspicious activity. I would like the court to do a simple thing, my lords, my ladies. Compare the logs Mr. Mugo has provided and what is found in the registrar. You will discover there is an apparent discrepancy on the face of those logs. Nothing put on the slideshow is in the registrar's report because it's not. He may clarify where he got that, but he'll simply refer to the registrar's report. It's not, my lords, my ladies. Now, when you move over the report, you get other clarification by other users, and they want to pick 3 that are quite pertinent. They say there was no way of ascertaining the date of the server log, and that was the opening comment. At page 22, comment 8 by Victor, agents wanted to know when Form 34C was uploaded. This was established to be 16th August 2022. How could have it been created on 31st August, but you are able to go back in history to 16th August to determine when Form 34C was uploaded? It's ridiculous on the face of it. My lords, my ladies, I'll take you to George again, page 23. The agent requested to see the whole architecture. The whole, not only RTS, not only KIMS, the entire IBC infrastructure, including everything retained in that server. IBC database admin presented the system architecture and explained the transmission flow. How can you say access was not granted when it was granted the entire architecture, not RTS? My lords, I notice my time is running, and my senior wanted to refer to the forover. I will stop here, but if given time.
Now, before I play this next video, it's interesting to note what this lawyer is saying. I don't know if you guys were following, but the lawyer was trying to raise some questions regarding the logs that Senior Counsel Murgo had raised. And in fact, he raised pertinent questions. Some were answered, some were never answered. In fact, this was the moment that Azimio should have shined, according to me, even as a moderator. Because here they were told to really kind of come out and showcase that truly there was some degree of manipulation. Again, PIUD, here they had some challenge because they ought to have put Murgo to task, approve hizo logs zenye alikuwa anatoa zilitoka wapi, because there was some degree. Now the issue of what came in from this point, because hapa ndio walikuwa wasema some evidence were being fabricated. So to me, I tend to think both sides didn't really do a good job, and hence Bado to date we are still having this challenge. The person who was talking was CSJ. Before I play what the judges have said, so what do you think, sir?
Okay. For my case, the first thing I'm understanding when Murgo is talking about the logs. I think the problem here is it is the IT language. The IT language is very difficult in this case because you hear those logs is before and after. And the thing that they are fighting here is Form 34C, which you see the guy which you have played last. I've said this form was not within the dates that you are talking about. And the same when you go to Donald Kipkorir, the other one which you played the other time, he was talking also about the Form 34C. which here this Majoina man is also talking about Form 34C, and they are also mentioning date 16. And then the IT people are the people who now brought the actual translation of the logs without anybody's interference. I think these are the people who now remove the stagnation in this back and forth conversation. Because when the IT says now, this means this and this means that, we'll have to leave it and then you continue. So I think for the next time, I think for the upcoming election, I think the IT gurus has to be on both sides. Lawyer is a lawyer and IT is an IT, so that in case they have anything for IT,
yes, Jay,
they can translate for them.
I think my opinion, and I think I'm entitled to one. Murgo could have maybe some point, but I think he's not well polished in IT, because he really didn't bring it out so well. Probably they had evidence concerning the same, but maybe he didn't bring out that point of the server because he was trying to bring in some logs, but when he was put to task by the judge to verify where those logs were from, he was unable to do it. So I think hapo ndio shida ilianzia. I don't know what you think, Mzalendo, even as we come to what the judge asked Philip Murgo, because what I had just played is from lawyer Dennis. Dennis is the one who tried to counter. He was kind of slightly polished kwa stories za IT, but Dennis Murgo, hiyo part hakushine poa. So maybe it was a letdown on Azimio side. I don't know. What do you think?
You know, Azimio, can you hear me?
Yeah, quite loudly.
Thank you, Jex. Thank you, Sam, and the rest of the panelists who have been there before. Now, this issue of the lawyers, Azimio has relied on lawyers of yesterday. They have not really come out of that cocoon that there could be better lawyers than Orengo and that kind of group. Now, this, you have to know the genesis of our problem in elections. In 2017, there was a problem with ODM that elections were axed. So what did the IBC do? They introduced biometrics, to verify those who are coming to vote. And the other aspect is that elections were going to be transmitted electronically, and the process is going to be done manually. So when you are looking at the electronic evidence, you should also back it up with the manual evidence that, at polling station X or B, my elections was stolen. And here is the evidence from Form 34A. That is what they don't want. They don't want to hear that part of fact. That is fact number one. You, in the 291 constituency, diaspora 1 makes the 91, the other constituency. In the 290 constituency in Kenya, where is this agent from Azimio or UDA that is saying that, in my constituency, there was irregularity? If you can answer me, if you are an Azimio supporter, give me an answer to that simple question. That is what was asked by Smoking Wanjala, and it made that case be thrown away. If you hear Murkomen arguing as a lawyer, and then you look at this other lawyer arguing, you'll know that These people don't have content. They don't even know that in a server, you must be given access. There are people who are given access to the server to log in. Those logins are security measures. Not Jakes, not anybody else can log into the server. And that's why they're saying the identity is protected. When they talk about technology, Kenya does not have the election transmission technology. You only own part of the technology to transmit the results, but you don't own that company. It is not yours. You can't be given access to what they do. That is not your business. And no company, even if you are running your own company, and you want people to know the secrets of your company, you can only get it in the server. That is a program that has been created by an individual, and not so many companies are able to conduct elections. Mathematics is just one of them, and it has conducted election throughout the world, including the one that Biden has just won. I keep on repeating here on this station for the sake of viewers that the same controversy arose in the American elections. And Donald Trump said the elections were hacked. He mobilized his supporters, just like Raila Odinga has done, around the issue of mathematics. His lawyers were mobilized and they went to court to argue their point. They even put a bounty of $5 million for anybody who has got evidence that mathematics interrupted with the just concluded election. Up to now, you know what happened? Here in America, the law works. Those lawyers who are peddling lies, they've been charged. Some have been struck off the bar because as a lawyer, you should have integrity. All right? It's very, very important to have integrity. Yes, you can lie, but base your facts on the law. You cannot lie to the general public. Like, look now. We have people ignorantly asking the server to be opened. Who is going to open for you this server? Do you really even know what a server is? Yeah. Who is going to give you access to their own technology? Even Raila Odinga cannot give access to his bank account. He can only give you the statement, but he cannot tell you that hii pesa imetoka wapi na wapi and how he's making the kind of money. Even myself, nobody wants to give that kind of information. That is why when you go to a doctor, when you are given a prescription, it is yours. It belongs to you. So nobody else can come and access that. Hey, Jakes alikuja kwa hiyo hospitali, ni dawa gani mulimpatia? So that is the kind of thing that Azimio is insisting on.
Is it my screen or is he
Yeah?
hanging?
That is the kind of thing that Azimio is insisting on. And let us keep on informing our people, because there's a lot of rumors going out there. Yes, there could have been irregularities in just concluded election, but they are minimal. There are things that would not change the results of the presidential election. And no election throughout the world is perfect. Give me an example of one and we'll start our argument from there. Thank you very much, Jakes. I'll contribute later.
Okay. Before I come to Melchizedek, Blake.
Yeah.
Yes. Before I come to you, Melchizedek,
I want
let's
to.
have Blake.
Yeah. First of all, I want to appreciate what Mzalendo has just said. I entirely agree with him 100% on that. And just not only that, I think these Azimio folks, they're either confused or still in shock, and it's made them confused, or it's the confusion that has made them shocked. I don't know. I mean, because you get to hear figures being thrown here and there, so I tend to wonder what's really happening in their minds. Now, I sent you a clip on a Jakes. I don't know if you can play it so that I can be able to point out the picture to the viewers what really I'm trying to say.
Unajua kwamba
Can you do
wakati
that,
huu
please, for
IEBC
me?
imeruhusu kila mtu kufanya tali kwa sababu wametupa access kwa figures. Unajua kwamba wakati huu IEBC imeruhusu kila mtu kufanya tali kwa sababu wametupa access kwa zile results form. Kila mtu anafanya tali. Anajua kituo chetu cha habari kinafanya tali, vituo vyote Kenya vinafanya tali. Na pia ukumbuke kwamba sisi ni chama kikubwa na chama cha Azimio kilikuwa na maagenti pale katika vituo vyote vya kupigia kura. Kwa hivyo matokeo ambayo ninayatangaza mimi kama katibu mkuu si matokeo ambayo nimetoa popote, ila kutokana na zile takwimu ambazo zinatumwa kutokana na zile fomu za marudisho ya matokeo ya urais katika constituencies zetu, katika ward zetu zote. Kufikia sasa ile tallying center yetu ya Azimio imebakisha fomu 87 peke yake. 87 peke yake, na hata ukijumuisha kura zilizoko katika vituo hivyo, iwapo watampigia wote kura Mheshimiwa William Ruto, bado haizi kumfikia baba Raila Odinga. Na ndio kwa maana mimi nataka kutoa wito kwa wafuasi wetu, wawe wenye subra. Uchaguzi huu baba tayari ameshinda uchaguzi, wawe wenye subra, tungojee tu ile formal announcement, lakini takwimu tunazo, matokeo tunayo. Baba ameshinda uchaguzi huu kwa kura zaidi ya 600,000.
Sema kwa kizungu hao rekoda walikuwa wanaanza.
Go ahead.
Now you see the level of confusion in these guys. This guy just mentioned that, you know, the best thing about the internet, like we always say, it never forgets. He said that they had agents everywhere after counting, and regardless of if the other pending results, even if they would have voted overwhelmingly 100% for Ruto, Raila was still winning, and their math at the time is Raila would win by 600,000 votes. Right? Now,
Yes.
come these few days ago, they're saying Raila had won with more than almost close to 3 million votes. Isn't that so? And as he was speaking there in that video, he was categorically speaking as the SG, like he was confidently, and I mean, you know, I don't know if anataka nakosa maneno ya kusema. I don't know ni kuchanganyikiwa ama it's just blatant lies, because you get to hear this guy saying this, other guy saying that, and then at the end of the day, they get to forget that whatever these lies they try to peddle zinakuanga tu online. It's just a matter of going to listen to them and watching them, and you just get to realize these guys are jokers. That's why Smoking Wanjala just asked them a simple question, and they couldn't answer. Now, which is which? Did Raila win with close to 3 million votes, or did Raila win with this SG? This is Secretary General of ODM. And as he was speaking there, he was speaking on behalf of his presidential candidate, Raila Odinga of Azimio. Categorically speaking that after adding, because amesema walikuwa na agents, wametali zote kila kitu, na kwamba Raila atashinda na 600,000 votes. Now, which is which, if I may ask? They're just trying to pull our legs. I think it's about time we start focusing on the most important things to us, and that is the cost of living and how best we can improve our lives as Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Melchizedek.
Jex, tafadhali pia pole sana for interrupting. Tafuta video ya chief agent wa Azimio. Tafuta video ya chief agent wa Azimio.
Itabao ama?
He's a Masai guy.
Itabao.
Yes. He will explain the issue that the SG has just stated. Atawambia tu why they lost the election, what really happened. The good things are there. So yeah, I saw the interview on Spice FM, so you can look it up and then see what he was saying. For the sake of our viewers, some of this information should be out there so that they know the truth. But you see, this hardline position is for a cause. So whether you watch hiyo video, they will still tell you fungua server. Fungua server utapata nini? Asante bana.
Yes, ndio, I mean, I mean, Sifuna amesema yani anaongea from a point of knowledge.
Good evening, good morning.
Zote zimetumika.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, man.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. First of all, I want to congratulate Mzalendo. I used to say that I'm a man, one-man squad. You know, one-man squad is someone who is standing its own. He doesn't care what is happening in the world and his struggle for his life. Before Mzalendo talk, people were just talking. I was listening how people were talking. Then when Mzalendo talk, everyone disappear. And I love that. Because these are the people that we need. I wish this guy could have been in my age, then we could have been very far away. That's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing I want to say, most of us, we don't know what we are saying because we find things that people are saying, then we are going with the people. We are going with the current. Like first of all, Mr. Black, you started arguing something that even you yourself, you are contradicting yourself. When I was listening how you are talking, here we are here to correct, and here we are here to make things work. CJ also talk about something I don't want to mention, but each and every time that you want to contribute, first of all, try to take time and listen to the people, what they are saying and what they are after, and those who are supported. It's very important. I just want to
listen to your point.
Yes, I just want to talk about the server and the portal that we are talking about. I think that is the main issue here people are talking about. You know, I want to give you a simple question, a simple example. Those who are doing technical course, we have some areas is written restricted for the only authorized people. For example, when you are doing electrical, you will be told that you are not supposed to go where there is a main power. So this portal and this server is like a main powerhouse where no one can enter there unless you have access. That one you have to rule out. When you want to talk about something which is making sense, let us forget about the server, because the server is for other people that are authorized and they have the password and they have everything. So no one can give you access to your bank. It's like your bank and your M-Pesa PIN. It's like that. According to what I'm seeing, the jacks play in the portal here, in the system here, we see how these people are not that, they are not saying the truth. If I can see the way they are doing things. The last lawyer that trying to bring the evidence that shows that there was no irregularity, he was just saying this thing and he doesn't have the strong evidence that shows this is the thing that this is the certificate, I have it. This is what I have it. This, I think this one, we should consider about that one also. When we are contributing. Yes.
Did you follow the proceedings?
Yes.
Now,
I followed it.
What I've played, actually, the last from Lawyer Dennis. Lawyer Dennis was only explaining the report from the court's side, who was given the authority to recount, or rather to to oversee what Azimio had requested, if you followed the proceedings. Now, what lawyer Dennis was trying to answer was the issues that Murgo had raised, because in a court of law, when you raise an accusation, it has to be countered. Now, what I've played was just a counter, and he was giving what was in the report. So I don't know where your argument is coming from, but he was giving what was in the report and what was the grievances that were raised by Azimio. He was trying to answer them. So to him, it wasn't about really evidence. It was about to answer to the question. Because in court, you come with questions. So he was answering to them. So the burden of proof really kind of majorly lied with Azimio to prove their case. It wasn't vice versa, because it was not a fishing expedition for Azimio rather to go look for evidence inside the server or every other place so as to come to the court. So to me, I think, I don't know if you are correct to say that lawyer Dennis didn't have what do you call it, evidences, given that from the context to which I played, he was responding to the accusation and allegation aired by Mur. So if you followed the case, you could be able to quickly link what I was trying to play. But anyway, I
Yeah, but
understand you.
because I thought because when you're playing the first video and you play the second video, I thought this is the someone who is giving the evidence regarding what was said before. So I'm sorry about that one, but let me
It's
go
good.
on.
It's very good. Just if I can cut you just for a minute.
Yes.
I would
So
now refer you. I would refer you back to your initial statement as you were introducing your submission
yes,
about
yes,
how it is best. It is best to listen to what
very good.
others are saying. And at this point,
I was,
I believe that message should have been redirected to yourself. Thank you.
fine. I understand that one. So when I'm going on with my submission,
And sorry, I'm doing this, Melchizedek.
You
Now, this is what
projected
even
it.
the court asked him to
The one
do.
which has the veto, Gudino, veto, Provisio, Silva,
Here,
Gudino.
the court was trying
Do you
to
have it?
ask Murgo to prove what he had aired before. So here, Justice Lenaola was trying to ask that Murgo,
You
he
would
had
like me to refer
previously,
to my
the
report?
first clip I had played, he
It's a
had
document. I'm looking
previously
at the
showed some
registrar's report,
logs
so if you have it
the
on your...
of people interfering with the
Yours
election.
is
So
blank,
here he was
I'm sure,
put to task to
if you
prove.
noticed. Yes,
So
that one,
this is
yeah.
this is what the judge
Yes.
is asking.
So go to, not that one. Page, it doesn't have pages, but it's an extra R10. It was the foreigners' logs. Mine doesn't have pages.
I don't have it.
It just reads R10. Anyway.
Yes.
R10
Yes.
is titled Users Who Logged In Recently. Do you remember that? You projected it here.
We projected it, yes.
Yes, so Vito logged in on July 28th. That's my question. I want to see whether we're on the same wavelength as to the dates. Because you said they logged in during the tally. Does someone have a copy of the report?
We can share a copy.
You can use this.
Yeah, please share a copy.
Take this.
This is...
Share this.
R10. And to save on time, Mr. Ngarisha, you can be looking at R12 yourself.
Yes. Okay.
So, Mr. Murgo, you said in, if I... sorry. R10.
Why don't I have this? Okay. Yes.
Yes, so R10, please read for us the dates that these people logged in and the time.
The R10,
yes.
I have the logs start from July 20th to July 28th.
Exactly.
Yes.
So did I hear you saying that they logged in during the tallying period?
That's what I had in my document that I filed.
We are looking at the registrar's report. So how different is your document from this one?
I will check because what we have has those logs.
Remember, we are working with the registrar's report, not any other document. That's why I was getting confused.
this is probably the reason why we filed our own document, because you have extracted, or the registrar has extracted this part, we have extracted the entire. So we could look at what we have,
Yes.
and I would speak to the IT people and clarify that.
But
Because our logs start from July
But
to
for the registrar's
August.
report, it's July 20th to July 28th.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that. That was before the election, therefore.
That was before the election.
Thank you. That's all I wanted from you. Mr. Ngarisha, let's go to R12. I would have expected you, as you come, to answer Mr. Murgro's concern, which was that R12 is a history of delete and removal actions. Mr. Murgro's concern was activity, and you look at the dates, it is
Okay. Now, that is the judge responding. In short, if you listened to me, Melchizedek,
Yes.
here is where Azimio should have shined. Like, it should have brought out clearly the tampering in the server. You know, like, this was their moment of glory. And unfortunately, now that's me, not the moderating part. That's me, eh? I think here it's where the case either was lost or won because of matter of proving, because cases are made or lost on matter of evidence, if I'm correct, Blake. If you cannot prove in a court of law, any other thing that you say is just can be ruled out as hearsay. So that's the contest of which we played the three videos: the accuser, the respondent, or the plaintiff, the respondent, and the judge. I don't know if now we are clear. So,
yeah, we are clear. We are clear.
Okay, go ahead now.
We are very clear now. Okay. I just want to go ahead by saying like this, because we are here to see what happened and how it happened and how we can solve it. I think that's the main issue that we are talking about here. So according to my thinking capacity, I can say like this. When we are looking how this thing happened, even us ourselves, we cannot interpret what really happened, because all people were talking about how it's happened and it's already happened. So those who are supporting Kenya Kwanza, they can support. Those who are supporting Azimio, they can support. But the real issue is, how can we make Kenya to be our Kenya? Because we cannot talk the past and we are also looking for the future. We cannot go anywhere, because if we look what happened and how it happened, at the same time we are saying we are waiting for another election, which will be 2027, and with the same thing that we had before, it's still happening. So I think the only thing that we can do, so that we can do away with all these things that happen, we should sit down, then we see, or we strategize what next, so that when this thing happens, should not happen 2020, 2017, 2020, 2022, something like that, 2027, like that. So it's something that we as Kenyan, we are the people to move it from the system, so that we can make something that is meaningful. As Black say that there are some videos that contradicting 600, otherwise 3 million, others nini. Those things are past. And if we dwell in past, we are not going. We will stuck like a stagnant water. So the only thing that Mzalendo and other people say, we should do something about it so that we can make something out of nothing. Thank you very much.
Hello. I was
Blake, do you have a response?
Now I can say the way he has concluded, I entirely agree with him in the sense of it's all in the past, and we should by now be focused on the present and the future. I mean, on that one, I agree with Melchizedek 100% all the way. And I wish somewhere, somehow, the Azimio folks would also get to understand that message and forget what's happened in the past, because they'll still keep eating their heads for no reason. Because it was declared, and it was rightfully declared. We've tried to explain it to them. They have tried to explain their part, which still is contradicting. So let's just move ahead. Right now we have people that are starving. They don't have food in some areas. We have bandits somewhere else killing people left, right, and center. We have cost of living skyrocketing, but that's something that's happening all over the world. So the question would be, how can we put in mitigation measures to see how we can try and relieve a little bit of the pressure, or ease a little bit of the pressure of the Kenyan citizens as the world goes through this sort of recession that's happening right now.
Okay.
For my
I don't know if
addition,
someone you are in.
let me add something.
Okay.
I was trying to listen to Melchizedek, and he has really talked about what next now after all these things. But I think for somebody who is zealous of what he wants to achieve, you can set a group to sacrifice their time, their energy, and everything. Because you cannot tell me somebody can stand on a polling station and fail to die with a Form 34A for tomorrow's evidence. Is it hard?
I didn't understand your question.
I'm saying in the upcoming election, it is not hard for somebody who is at the polling station just to keep that Form 34A. Like I saw, we had Azimio Tallying Center, Kenya Kwanza Tallying Center. So what if these people were transmitting direct their forms as they were doing? And each and every part, let no one lie to the other group, Yakwamba, that we have this, yet it is not true. If I have 2 votes, my opponent has 10, let it be 2 and 10. And then it continues from station A, station B, constituency A to B, until we finish the thing. So that at the end of it, you really know, based on the information I have from my group, this my votes. Let me just wait for the IBC to announce to see if they are talking about these votes. Don't even care about your opponent votes. Just know that my vote is 6,500,000 and something. So if they don't announce this thing, this is where now we begin another case. You see that? So it was very easy for the people of Azimio to go to court and say, for what we have from 34A all the way, it is 6,500,000 and something. But now what this guy is announcing is different. Now we want to check, where is this difference coming from? It will be as easy as ABCD to provide evidence. And even it is not matter of at the server what. Even server will not apply there. It's about form and the results and the case. And that is all. Nothing more.
Yeah. I mean, because even if Sifuna, sorry if I may interrupt for a minute, there Sifuna says that they had all the forms coming in from the agents, and they had the agents everywhere. Why didn't they present these copies of these forms which they had that were from the agents? And Kumbuka, the agents were getting a copy of the originals. from their stations. Why did they not present this that they had tallied at the point of him making this media address that was just played? Why didn't they just present that?
You know,
In fact,
as a basis of their foundation for their argument that kulingana these forms that we have here, as you can see, we have presented to you. These are certified, verified copies of whatever was from all polling stations as per our agents. And from
in
these
fact, for
tallies,
these people,
this is the match we
for
get.
these
And as of
people,
this point, 600,000 is the lead which Raila Odinga is supposed to win. But as you can see, the results are different. Now, those are the ones they should have presented, hard copies.
Exactly.
But instead, they started to go on a fishing expedition and the server issues instead of focusing because they knew there was no basis of them disputing the election results.
In fact, for the case of the mambo ya login, those logs it brought the terrible confusion. Nobody, in fact, somebody is trying to teach friends, even a greeting you don't know how to say. That's what they were trying to do. It was very simple that Sifuna, you told us 600,000. Let us now check where did these 600,000 disappeared to. Now, give us a time, Kotini. Let us confirm from Nyanza, from 34A. Chebukati, what do you have? Is it margin?
Exactly. If you also recall, Dogo, as CSJ, Blake, you remember the other day I played what Martha Karua said. They said they have the numbers, they have downloaded, they have calculated, they have accessed the portal. And in fact, these were her words. It's only that we don't have the power to announce who won. Exactly. But if it was up to her, she would have announced. I think it's high time she now comes out and say these were the numbers. Unfortunately, we right now they'll only come and cite the whistleblowers figures and all. But then I think it was important for her to kind of come out and say, even after the elections or rather, even after Chebukati announced his figures, I think they should have published quickly the numbers that Azimio garnered vis-a-vis what UD had garnered. How do you think that? Because how do we know what they're saying will not change? Supposing tomorrow another whistleblower comes from the UDA side, even that they say they have what do they call it? Is it a legal hacker? What are they called?
Ethical hackers.
Ethical hacker. What if UDA as well employs an ethical hacker and also comes with figures? So who eventually will say the truth?
Let the whistleblower keep whistling.
You know.
Just say the whistleblower keep whistling.
This issue is very interesting. Just like you say, it's a fishing expedition. In the internet, when you access the internet, when somebody wants to throw a virus there, they throw a document into your email and they say open this and access this, then you get some money, or this is very, very urgent from your boss. So when you open it, you're already infected with the virus. So Azimio threw the virus out there that there is a server that was not open. And these are our results. So every Azimio supporter is already infected with the virus, that the server must be open, and we have the actual results. While whatever they have, according to me, is maybe false. Let me just put it as whatever they have could be cooked information. I've no. It's above my paycheck to know whether whatever they have is right or wrong. But logically speaking, this is the position. They went out there, fished for evidence, because each and every time they're taking positions. In the beginning, it was 600. We were leading by 600 votes. It came to 2 million. And now we are that the server must be open. So they know very well that the server will not be open. They know very well. Raila knows very well that the server will not be open. And he knows the laws that are surrounding. He has also lawyers around him who have already told him that this will not be open. But we have to be relevant in the moment. If you are not relevant in the moment, then we are out. The election that is coming in 2027, nakwambia, people will kill each other at the polling station. Watu watauawa, watu watakufa ile mbaya sana in 2027, because whether they resolve this issue or not, Azimio knows very well the mistake that they did, it was at the polling center. So if you are utakuwa unapinga Raila at the polling center, ole wako in his stronghold. Same to Ruto's side. Ukikuwa unampinga on the polling center, ole wako. So we are headed to a country whereby itakuwa ni mwenye nguvu nipishe. Mwenye nguvu nipishe. But what is the solution? I think Dex, we can jump into the solutions that can help our country, other than having this scenario each and every moment. I have a suggestion which I've been seeing happening around the world. The media houses, the 4 big media houses, including Mutembei TV now has become a media house. It's almost bigger than NTV with its viewership. It is almost surpassing NTV's station. With the kind of coverage that Mutembei, Kina KTN are enjoying, they should be allowed to call election. Calling election means this. At the polling station, we have 4, 5, 6 radio and a battery of radio stations that are at the polling center, ready to announce the electoral results, the presidential electoral results. All these radio stations and TV stations can never go wrong. Results ikiisha hivi, let IBC give them authority that we don't have the capacity. Why should we be bringing forms to Bomas? Hii story ya kuleta forms to Bomas ni ya kazi gani? Hebu niambieni. Mbona Chebukati analetewa forms Bomas? What ritual is there? Then he organizes some dancers hapo kwa Bomas, wana dance, wanakatika katika. I mean, this is a waste of taxpayers' money. I mean, there is no ceremony at Bomas that people are waiting for. Watu wanataka results, atoke kwa screen na commissioners wake wa announce huyu ndiye ameshinda kura. I mean, like Jay Blake, where you are, do you know who is the head of elections? Even here in the US, sijajua hata mkubwa wa IBC ni nani wa huku. Nobody really cares, but media should be allowed to call elections. Kama KTN imepata results na pia hiyo pesa IBC inapata, media houses should get so that they are empowered to send reporters in the 290 constituencies. All of them, they are accredited media.
But you see, Mzalendo, with the kind of media that we have and the kind of social media we have, everyone's using journalists. Kila mtu ni political analyst.
Everyone is biased. Leave alone that.
Unajua media lazima ikuwe vetted. Not everybody atapatiwa authority ya kutangaza kura. Kuna media kama 3, 4 zinaweza kuwa credited. So ukiona KTN wako kwa polling station ya Gatundu, wametoa Raila amepata kura so much. Mwingine pia ametoa KTN pia ametoa, nani ametoa, IBC na verify inasema hiyo results iko sawa.
What I'm projecting here, what I'm projecting here, this is Edwin Sifuna's report or rather, this is the tweet that he tweeted. I'm removing kila mtu hadi mimi so that you see it.
So, Jakes, what
The
is
issue
the
is
issue here?
The issue here is the whistleblower brings out very different figures. Because you see, from this tweet, Ruto already surpasses 5.9 million. But from them, Ruto has 6.7 million. So is the whistleblower correct? Or what happened? Because how do you explain then, as much as according to them here, Raila wins, okay, that is okay. Here, Ruto comes number 2, that is okay. To them, the whistleblower increases the margin of Raila Odinga to 8.1 and reduces Ruto's figure to 5.9. And if you add these figures together with what the whistleblower showcased, the figures the whistleblowers are low, signifying a low voter turnout. Number 2, it also signifies that either the whistleblower is not correct, or these figures that we have from their pages and from their statements and from as Blacks said just right now, they said they had tabulated from their agents. In fact, the word was tumepata forms from our agents, tumedownload zingine kutoka from that. So where did this issue here server being an issue? Where did it come from? Maybe I think that is where I don't agree with Azmio, and that's not that I'm supporting UDA, but that is where I would really wish as a moderator to get an answer from. Where are these numbers coming from? If we all voted manually, we all went to a polling station and the results were announced and a Form 34A was filled at the polling station, where are these numbers coming from?
Not only that, Jakes. Sifuna said this is from their agents. If you can play that video again, from their agents. So this came directly from the source. I don't know if you can replay that video again.
Okay,
the agents goes this. It means they're getting the numbers from the source. As per him. Now, how come the numbers come? The numbers later change. The whistleblower numbers become the right ones. The correct ones.
We need to hear from one staunch Azimio supporter on this issue to see what they are really talking about. Because his story itaendelea. By the way, what is happening with the talks?
Unajua kwamba wakati huu IEBC imeruhusu kila mtu kufanya tali kwa sababu wametupa access kwa zile results form. Kila mtu anafanya tali. Najua kituo chenu cha habari kinafanya tali, vituo vyote Kenya vinafanya tali. Na pia ukumbuke kwamba sisi ni chama kikubwa na chama cha Azimio kilikuwa na maagenti pale katika vituo vyote vya kupigia kura. Kwa hivyo matokeo ambayo ninayatangaza mimi kama katibu mkuu si matokeo ambayo nimetoa popote, ila kutokana na zile takwimu ambazo zinatumwa kutokana na zile fomu za marudisho ya matokeo ya urais katika constituencies zetu, katika ward zetu zote. Kufikia sasa ile tallying center yetu ya Azimio imebakisha fomu 87 peke yake. 87 peke yake, na hata ukijumuisha kura zilizoko katika vituo hivyo, iwapo watampigia wote kura Mheshimiwa William Ruto, bado haiwezi kumfikia baba Raila Odinga. Na ndio kwa maana mimi nataka kutoa wito kwa wafuasi wetu, wawe wenye subra. Uchaguzi huu baba tayari ameshinda uchaguzi, wawe wenye subra, tungojee tu ile formal announcement, lakini takwimu tunazo, matokeo tunayo, baba ameshinda uchaguzi huu kwa kura zaidi ya 600,000.
Sema kwa kizungu hao rekoda walikuwa wanaanza.
Okay. Go ahead.
I wish there was a clip that I also sent later on about a submission by a lawyer. I think he was representing KKA. I don't know if you have you got it. It's
I have it.
where he said there was a point where he said that the Supreme Court is not Supreme Court of the Republic of Kusaidika, and that whatever the Azimio petitioners were bringing on to the Supreme Court, it was more of tragedy, a mixture of tragedy and comedy. It's a blend of tragedy and comedy. I don't know if some way, somehow, let me try and see if I can rewatch it, and then I tell you from which point to play.
Mzalendo, but we are almost winding up. We are almost
okay. If that's the case, then I would like to give my suggestion as to the way forward, as perhaps what we can do going forward to have a proper election. Now, in my view, I think it's about time that we hold our elections, especially the presidential elections, on a different date from that of the other seats. That would mean it would reduce the pressure on IEBC on managing the elections itself, because if you can have all resources channeled to just a presidential election on a particular day on its own, both in human resource and whichever nature of resource that is in possession of IBC, it will be far much easier to maintain. Confano, for example, if on a particular day we are having a presidential election, wale officers ambao wako pale kwa kuhesabu kura they would have an easier time just counting one. They can even recount it as many times as possible, because it's only one election held on that day, just for the purpose of clearing any doubts of the agents of whichever presidential aspirant is there. So by the time an election result of a particular place is announced, no one will be in contention, because it's only one election held on that day. Number two, if possibly we could have returning officers in all 47 counties, instead of having just one chairman of IBC being the returning officer for the presidential election. That is my view. So any presidential result announced from a constituency is fine, from a county is final.
Black, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Did the IBC prepare to fail? Because you remember even how fast it began. It said we had close to 57 candidates. And then one moment they had cleared this former, is it called Mongare? Walter Nyambane something. And then days later he's disqualified. Then we have
because of Wanjigi.
Yeah, we have Akina Wanjigi, they are equally removed. We had Akina Ruben Kigame, they went to court. And then eventually they dropped to 4. So, and even these 4, it's like there was a theme in it, so that
it was so obvious.
Someone was trying to explain this, I don't know how to put it, that they felt that, for instance, the church was involved and the youth was involved in this election. So how do you go about it? Bring in a servant of God to be a running what do you call it, a presidential candidate, and then also bring someone who can resonate with the youth. Maybe they thought bringing the marijuana issue as something that would attract the vote, either favoring a candidate who would get more votes, or reducing votes for another candidate. Do you see as though there was such a scenario working in
Oh yes.
IBC that I'm casting any aspect?
Oh yes. At some point, I thought that, and I believed that the deep state, or because I don't want to say the government, because I don't have any solid proof to back it up. So I'll just say deep state because I don't know who's the deep state and what it is. But since everyone talks about deep state, we have an idea of what I'm saying. They realized that the president, WSR, that is William Samoei Ruto, had a following, a huge following with the churches, and at the same time, he had a huge following with the
Young
youth,
people.
with the young people, whom he was telling kazi ni kazi. Now, they somewhere somehow believed that if they would have Wajakoya in for the youth, they would choose some votes of uh, Ruto's bases from the youth, and at the same time having the preacher, he would also chew or bite off some voters from WSR's bases. That, in essence, would give an upper hand to Raila Odinga, because now his bases will still remain constant. But those of Ruto's, he would have to share amongst these other two. And it's very unfortunate if that's the case, because then we get to understand there is no actually independence of institutions, so to say. Because if at all,
the reason as I'm
if
also raising it's the same story
mm,
that played out with the Nairobi governor Storo. Like you
yes,
find a candidate he's disqualified, and then the issues raised eventually, even when they are taken to court, they don't buy water. So, like for instance, they it's kind of they didn't want Sakaja to win. So what do? They bring all forms of allegations, right? They create stories even proving that his name is not Sakaja.
that is a Kale.
so,
That it is a Kale.
and at one point we would see IBC issuing some kind of nikama some still nikama kusimamisha some processes or something. So I was like, truly, was IEBC fully independent, or there was a hand of someone? Because where probably those who had interest in some posts, let's say like Nairobi governor and the presidency, where they had some interest in those posts, we would see some degree of unfairness. You see, like candidates wanakuwa disqualified left, right, and center. You find a party inachuja watu, someone like one moment we were thinking it is Team Wanyonyi, before we know it, someone from nowhere. So those boardrooms dealings.
You even forgot one example of Waluke and Sonko. I never got to see any difference between the reasons why Sonko's exclusion from the elections were provided by IEBC through the courts.
Yet Waluke,
Waluke was convicted actually
and jailed.
and jailed.
Yeah, so those are the things that
could have been allowed to run and even win.
So those are the things I tend at times to ask. Was it truly an independent body by the time we were headed to the elections?
All the odds were against Ruto, to be honest.
Okay.
If anyone can be honest with themselves, they can say that as we approached the 2022 general elections, everything was put against Ruto. All organs, everything. From the police, from what? Because even I recall there was a time that he had gone to Bungoma. Was it Bungoma or Kakamega? He was trying to hold a rally and they were chased away.
And the Bukungu
he tried to go to Jacaranda, Bukungu Stadium. Yes. I mean, everything was done to make sure that this man does not win, but he won all the same. So I mean, we cannot really say that he had a way in IBC to manipulate the results to his favor, when from the onset, everything was done to go against his favor. So I think
don't
it's
know
about
if
time people just
I don't know
accept.
if Zalendo, do you agree or you disagree? Or there some degree where you would almost say that IBC was truly not independent, given on how candidates were either cleared or disqualified. You know, if you remember how those things were coming out, there were some degrees that you could think and ask, is this body truly independent? There was some degree of state interference.
I would answer that with a question. Do you think the Chebukati's life as being in the chairman of IBC would have been threatened by the government of the day if he announced the wrong results?
I don't know how to answer that one. What do you mean?
Now, this is a seat. This is a seat whereby where Chebukati is seated, he knows that there's a government of the day and there is an opposition. All right.
Yeah.
And this is a man who has conducted election in 2017 that was bungled and taken to the Supreme Court, and is coming back in 2022. How prepared is this man? Is he prepared to psychologically go the same route in 2017, or psychologically is prepared to deliver an election that is free and fair? If you are seated in that seat and you witness what has happened in 2017, and the allegations that surrounded 2017 are just the same as the ones that have surrounded 2022. But look here, every state organ, every machinery was at Raila's disposal by Uhuru Kenyatta. Everything, he gave him all the backing plus blank check that you must win this election. But look what happened. You know, Raila's story sometimes is so annoying that when you see people like us going the other way to differ with him, it's because this was his turn to win this election. But he just did a mistake. He was too reluctant. Jakes, before the elections, Azimio did not even have a clarion call. There is an age bracket between 18 and 34. If you don't have that bracket in your election, you are gone in Kenya today. If you don't have that bracket of youth in your election, you can't win elections. The youth are the majority nowadays. Did William Ruto get his messaging right? He got it right from the start. When he came up with this slogan here, bottom up, and Azimio candidates kept on repeating the same slogan in every rally that they were going. They were campaigning for him. You know, in politics, even bad message is good for the candidate. Yeah, that is, they popularized William Ruto indirectly. And I remember at one point, you know, I knew that William Ruto could be a threat. Then I made random calls to a few hawkers I know in Kibra. And I asked them, hey, situation ya ground namna gani huko bana? Some Azimio supporters could not come and say publicly that they are supporting William Ruto, but they ended up voting for William Ruto. Sisi hatuwezi ongea, lakini tunajua tunapigia Ruto. Ruto got most of the silent majority vote. People who are disgruntled with the system, and the fact that Raila was working with the system, it even made it worse for him to win this election. That is a fact. If you went this election just alone, like Baba used to go on this other elections, he would have won the election free and squarely, and beaten his opponent. But the fact that you are carrying Uhuru's burden on your back, and at the same time you got a conflict of interest, saying that the same government is not working for the people. So how was he going to campaign? Can you imagine, Jakes? You are in the government, yes, without any portfolio, but you are in government. You are enjoying security. You are enjoying all the benefits that comes with a state officer. But here you are going on a campaign dais and saying that you want to kick out this government. The same government that is providing for you all these services. You want to kick them out, but no, you are not kicking Uhuru out. You're only kicking the DP. Now look at the flip side right now. What Azimio is doing, and you will know that this is the game plan. Azimio have narrowed their argument on Gachagua.
Yeah, I was to go to that.
The easiest target is not William Ruto. The easiest target is Gachagua. And if you realize that even is it yesterday he gave the shortest speech for 40 seconds, this man is under siege. Yeah, they want to cause that rift between William Ruto and the deputy. And the argument is that this guy, his utterances are so bad. Is like that is where they are targeting right now. So they were. It is a easy
to say that that was
target.
not the basis of the understanding between the parties that were negotiating.
Go ahead. Sorry for that.
Yeah, you see, they have already singled out Gachagua as a very easy target. That wanaweza target, and you know why? Because they know very well that Uhuru has got his base, his support base back at home is still a bit intact. Yeah, intact. Tukichokoza kidogo, there could be some loophole. But at the end of the day, Azimio supporters, they should just accept their fate. They are opposition.
I want to make it very clear. We have never talked about a handshake. That is a language coming from the other side. They're the ones who have been saying, oh, these people, unataka tu handshake, nusu mukati, and so on. Take it to Mr. Gachagua. Tell me, I don't even want to shake his hands.
Yeah, your point exactly. Why did he single out Gachagua?
You see, Gachagua is not the president of the Republic of Kenya. He's the easiest target.
The same script of 2017 coming to play again.
Yeah, He's the easiest target. So how do we destabilize this government? And they know very well that Gachagua has got MPs that are allied to him from Central Province. And the same MPs were at one point allied to Uhuru Kenyatta. So Uhuru Kenyatta can still penetrate Central in a way and dismantle Gachagua completely. After the mistake that he did to raid the farm for the former president, that was a political mistake. He wanted to put a statement, but it backfired. It backfired on Ichungwa, it backfired on Gachagua. because at the end of the day, now you have seen Kikuyus coming out in Jacaranda, talking in support of Raila Odinga, of which they could not do before. All right, they could not come out clearly and say, you know, we are supporting Baba. So he ignited another force that Uhuru has in Central Province, people who sympathize with the first family on their side. So that is the danger. So Gachagua's statements are not, because even when you hear anybody, even online platforms, they abuse Gachagua more than William Ruto. They, they ridicule him. They talk about his dressing. They talk, is the guy on the spot. Yeah.
Is the script they used, if you remember correctly, that's how they separated Uhuru from Ruto. He was the man focused on, all the hits were directed to him, like
he's a thief, he's a what?
Yeah. And then eventually they now began to showcase Uhuru as the good person, a patriotic leader, blah blah blah. Like they created a narrative.
Yeah,
it was able to come out.
Yeah, but you see, what I told you is that the bottom-up narrative cut across each and everybody. People believe that those who are at the bottom are going to be at the top. Yeah. So even if they continue with this maandamano, the narrative for William Ruto is still going to sell, because what you have seen is that people are robbing the rich. They are looting from the rich. These poor people are raiding shops. Yeah. And I said they are going to come to your house and steal whatever they can steal from your house. Because that narrative that sisi tumenyanyaswa for a very long time, sisi watu wa chini, yeah, we also need jobs. It is just still sailing on William Ruto's agenda indirectly, but now for the wrong reasons. Yeah, for the wrong reason. So that is where we are politically as a country, and I'm only glad that the mandamanos are not going on. But from the way things are, whatever you've seen, and it was this Sifuna posting, that is just to trigger emotions. These are things. Look here, our base. This is what we got. Even though unajua tunanyang'anywa na mnaona, unajua. That is what they don't want to say. Wanawambia, angalieni hizi ndio kura tulipata, tunanyang'anywa na nyinyi mnaona. So let us fight on until we get our victory back. You remember it was a revolution to kick out, to storm State House. Walikuwa wa storm State House sijui tarehe 20 Machi, and that didn't materialize. Then very soon they realized that hiyo storm State House will not work. Now what do we have? Hii server ndio wako nayo sahi, because server, no people don't have a clear information about the server and what is inside the server. So hata ukiambiwa server ifunguliwe kesho, utaambiwa ndio hiyo imefunguliwa. Yes, William Ruto won. Then we have lost so many lives. We are not going to get those lives back. So many people have been injured. So many big businesses have been hurt. Others are now poor because of this maandamano. Kenya is a very strategic center for the movement of goods in East Africa. Our ports have to operate. I heard one of the Azimio leaders saying, warning Museveni that he brought ile maji ya nyekundu ya inaitwaje hiyo ya maji ya kurusha, yeah? Ilitoka Uganda. So mizigo yake pia inapita hapo Kisumu, and they will interfere with that. So this kind of talk at one point will bring the country down. That is the reason why I respect Raila for toning down and William Ruto for, for saying that, we can still talk, but still insisting that we cannot have a handshake. I don't know whether hizi talk zitakuwa via StreamYard ama zitakuwa zitakuwa wapi, via Zoom ama zitakuwa nini. Hata kama ni Zoom ama StreamYard, lazima watu wasalimiane. So tunasalimiana kwa sababu sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Tunasalimiana kwa msingi ya ile uzalendo tuko nayo na nchi iwe pamoja. Hatusalimiani ndio mtu mwingine atoke na kifurushi ya pesa ama mwingine apate ofisi. Hiyo ndio tunaweza zingatia sana. But Jex, I want you also to analyze the reason why these guys really want to have a conversation with the government. I want you to one day analyze, look at the pointers, look at all the pointers that they are putting across, and tell me, and we will come to this show and see what the government is addressing, when the issues that the government is addressing, and then we'll cancel them. If we cancel all of them, we will only remain with one issue that we can't all address, and it is the server. I've been trying to look at the issue of the cost of living. The issue of the cost of living, the government is either directly or indirectly addressing it. The issue of unemployment, that is a long term goal for any government. You can't achieve it within 7 months that this government has been in inception. So there are some unrealistic goals that Azimio want UDA to achieve. In fact, they are saying, mulisema mambo ya bottom up, mbona mjandika hao watu kazi? So that is not their agenda. Their agenda, that should be UDA's agenda and not Azimio's agenda. So wanasahau mpaka wanaanza kusema mambo ya UDA itimize. Hiyo malengo ya UDA kutimiza, hiyo si agenda yao. If you are coming to the table to negotiate with me, bring your issues that resonate well with Azimio supporters and will help your electoral base. Si ati ile itakufaidi wewe mwenyewe. That will help your electoral base. Ukishaleta hiyo, we discuss as nani pia Ruto pia lete zake. Waseme hii tunaweza, hii hatuwezi, hii tunaweza, hii hatuwezi. That is how this conversation will go. This one can be implemented, this one cannot be implemented. But from the look of things, the government is implementing or is trying to implement most of the things that are affecting the ordinary Kenyan.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think we need to bring the show to a close. I'm not sure if these two guys are in. Sam Wanga, are you there? Sam Wanga, are you there? Okay. CSJ, are you there?
Yeah,
CSJ. Yeah. Give me your final remarks and your thoughts. Yes, sir. I'm listening. Go ahead.
So I have heard what Mzalendo is talking about, and those are the real issues. What we can say is that even if Azimio are now in talk with Ruto, the destination of this talk, I think it will be elimination one by one, step by step. It is a slow poisoning process of killing the whole thing. Because if the government will ambush the Azimio part, it will be hard to kill at once. I think the process they are calling by partisan is a slow motion of killing Azimio totally and completely without them realizing. You see, this thing is about divide and rule. That's why the government now is separating Raila from the people, and then begin to slaughter bit by bit until the end. So Raila, I think the people who are advising also Raila are. I've never found something which is which is so good in the advisors, because you realize also in the 2017 election, the people who told Raila not to repeat the election failed him terribly. That seat just went like that. And secondly, in this thing about the parliamentary process, though the parliament is not a joke, and Ruto is not joking with parliament. In fact, Raila is going to lose everything in the parliament. That one is a thing to come up, and the Mzee will be forgotten forever and ever. In fact, once the momentum was down, it was good, but to make a pickup, a momentum to pick again about Maandamano and everything, it will not be easy. And that is all what I can have for now.
Okay. Samwanga seems not to be there. Mzalenda, I'll have you to give your final words, and maybe because you'll be the last person to speak, I'll not even say anything. Allow me to do this. I want to thank you, everyone who tuned in. There are still people who are watching us. Thank you very much. You made this show possible. It is you that chose to spend time watching, commenting, and above all, keeping us company. We don't take it for granted. There are many people who joined in terms of the panelists. We are grateful. We can never have this show without you. You are the guys that made this possible. And as I've always said, this is not pro-government, not pro any other person's agenda. This is for you to come in, debate, give in your points, your comments. We will object to you, we will criticize you, but by the end of the day, we will listen to you, whichever side you belong to. By the end of the day, what we do here at Mtembe is to give facts and to rely on what has happened. Not our feelings, not our minds, but what is the truth. And that is what we aspire to do. Thank you for making this your show, your number one station. And we promise to make it good and better. Keep tuned. There are so many great things coming in. You'll be surprised when great minds come together, what can be achieved. God bless you. God bless you. We do this tomorrow, or rather today, because it's already 3 in the morning. We do it again today from 10 p.m. We have an arrangement, Kidogo, this week. We'll try to come daily to see if it's workable before we make a decision if this shall be how we'll be doing it every day. But as it is, every Monday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we will always be live from 10 p.m. So always keep in mind and always keep tuned from 10 p.m. Kenyan time. So you can always stream in whenever it's possible from your end. Mzalendo, your very final remarks.
Thank you, Jax. I want to thank every panelist who was here. I want to thank everybody who tuned in for participating in the show. And we don't take anything for granted. Your contribution will really shape the country. We want you to advise our leadership, and through this forum you can reach so many people. Mutembei TV is reaching over 33 million viewers each and every day. So this is the right platform to air your views. Somehow I credit to our listeners, to our participants in this program for making sure that the violence stopped. The violence stopped. And those who have been agitating for violence, I want you to look deep down in your soul and do a soul searching and know that any life, even one life lost, is so important to us. We should not lose life because of elections. I want to talk to our leaders who are out there trying to ponder, trying to look at the way forward for this nation. I want God to intervene in their thought process. Let God and let God guide you in whatever you are going to decide, and let it be for the benefit of the general public. And our country. So this country is bigger than Ruto. This country is bigger than Gachagua. This country is bigger than Raila Odinga. This country is for all of us, and it is through these discussions that we make our country better. Otherwise, thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, people. Thank you, the many of you who joined in as the panelists. Akina Black, Akina Mzalendo, Msimamo, CSJ, Samwanga. We had many people coming in, and I really can't say thank you enough. You guys made this possible. It is you that made this show run. Thank you so much. Receive all our heartfelt gratitude. May God bless you. To our Muslim brothers, I wish you Ramadan Kareem. To our Christians, hopefully, I wish you a happy Easter, Good Friday, and good and Easter Monday coming. And I wish you all the very best. To our nation, we wish it peace, and we pray that God will protect our land, Kenya. And as I've always said, whether you're far or away, Kenya is the only place you will call your home. You may be far east, you may be far west, but east or west, home is always the very best. God bless you, wonderful people. Have a fantastic day. Have a fantastic morning. To those still at night, have a good night. God bless you. God keep you. Till we meet again. Shalom. Bye-bye. See you in the evening. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Mungu nguvu yetu. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu, Kenya istahili heshima.